The Blue Raven. Passage 1, The Not So Silent Night. Chirp 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 swoo swoo swoo. Caw caw caw. The sound plays on throughout the night. Almost no one in camp is awake to hear these sounds. The men are asleep for the night and the women are in what few houses are available. The men dressed in blue coats alike to one another lay quiet, unaware of the symphony above their heads. The women are looking after the sleeping kids indoors. Beginning their final rounds, they notice a single empty bed. A bed that belongs to the only man who stays indoors. They look in the room, barely big enough to hold his bed frame. They look at the wall opposite his bed. The musket and hatchet that hangs when he rests are gone. They see the tiny window leading to the small cramped overlook wide open. Looking out to the wild, they see the trail of dirt he left behind from his overused boots, worn to the bare soles from years of running, climbing, jumping, and rolling. The youngest and most agile of the men in camp, the women think to themselves, like a bird too fast for the naked eye, he is always here and there, but yet not at all at the same time. His sounds are as silent as the moonlight, yet when desired can rival that of cannon and musket fire. Once again the raven has taken flight, the women say aloud. They leave him some rations on the foot of his bed for when he returns, and leave the window cracked just enough to be opened from the outside. The man had lost his parents, the father a veteran of his respective war. It was lost in the opening shots of the current one. A father who once proudly waved the colors of the crown had dared to wave the flag of a new nation on the path for representation. And a mother who sadly passed trying to save her dearest. The raven, dressed in blue ever since that night, had learned to take flight. Years of training from his father, a man of pride and combat, had always paved the way for his raven to be ready for the night he would flee the nest. The only item to be passed down to his little bird was but a single coat of a hoodless design. A coat that resembles many of what their fellow men wear to war. All except for the imprint of a rose on the back. A symbol of a city that is an ocean away and yet is also that of a new one to grow. As the raven takes roost in the tallest tree, he looks down on the growing city, its oil-lit candles and lamps visible from the many miles between the camp and itself. His musket is slung over his back, his hatchet is held in his offhand, and that is when the night goes silent. The bird of prey closes his eyes and inhales sharply. These woods are his home and he knows the smells. The smells that are carrying through the starting autumn air. The bark of the tree, the dirt down below, the deer in the tall grass, and the haskap berries to the north. He can smell them all. Haskap, those are not in season. And that is when the raven points his head in the direction and opens his eyes. And he sees his prey no more than a few 100 feet or so, even in the night and the lack of camp light. He can see the coats in question, they are red like that of a lobster. Once upon a time, these mere prey would be his fellow countrymen, but to the eyes of the raven dressed in blue, these men were not from this new world, no, they were from the old one. One where crowns were the way of life and a family's pomp and circumstance can influence nations. But not this one, and he knew those coats did not like that. Coats and prey, that is all they are to the raven, never men, never people, they are things that are not human to him. These coats and prey come from a world he never wants to know, a world he wants dead. He wants his prey dead, and so they are. He barely considers the mere seconds it takes to descend onto them. Never takes notice of the fractions of a moment he requires to take their coats, to slice through the flesh, nor does he notice less than a minute has passed, and yet the 10 lobsters in human-sewn coats lay there spilling what is red on the inside onto the outside. And yet he still cares not. He takes the flag of their dead world, he takes to the skies. The flag is then dropped at the foot of another man's bed. The raven crawls into his nest, and he falls to rest as the sun begins to form its crest. Passage 2, the one in charge. The morning drums stir all those who had slept that night. The kids wake first, demanding food that was just starting to be prepped, and the men wake second, all climbing out of their tents, gathering around for morning drinks and cleaning their weapons of war. However, one man was already up, the leader. A man known as Wolf had awakened mere minutes before the early morning drums, only to see the foreign flag. The wolf looks at what the raven has dropped on his bed. He thinks about how they have to hold out till winter starts. The cold northern snow that is to approach in a few months will give them the window to fortify for the next summer's inevitable battle. Yet these enemy scouts were here so early. Could it be they aim for winter and not summer? How are the scouts here so early? The wolf is old as he is stubborn. He summons the men to the main tent. They gather around and whisper, the throng of a few hundred men looking over one another in a tight circle so close you can feel body heat. Wolf holds the flag out and says simply that the enemy is early. The raven had another successful flight. The men begin to talk aloud now. They never see the raven. They hear of him, they know he is the youngest of the men in camp. Yet they don't know his face or his age, not his heritage or his immediate family or lack thereof. No, the only thing they know is that the raven flies at night, and that if the average man were to follow, they would be too slow to keep up. They hear often of how he cuts down dozens of men at night in minutes. How whole encampments become his jungle once the sun goes down. They call lions kings, yet the raven makes them look weak. Lions roar proudly, but the raven is silent. Lions hold their ground while the raven soars above it. Lions are strong, yet the raven knows strength does not bring victory. And the raven mocks the lions for this night after night. And to say the raven even considers them lions is a very insult to the animal itself. No, the men in camp know better. The raven dressed in blue would never even think of a lobster back as anything more than coats and prey. The man known as Wolf makes that clear day in and day out. Yet even the wolf knows little of this enigma that seemingly lives among them. No, not even Wolf knows of this bird's past or his intent. He is only lucky enough to know but a few details. He knows he never summoned the raven, he just happened to make his nest here. It did not matter if it was the wolf's camp, it mattered even less that these were the wolf's men of arms and action. The wolf knows that the raven could take them out before a single musket round could even be loaded, much less fired. No, this was the raven's nest, and the wolf and his men were but a guest to the bird of prey. Yet not a very typical one. Ravens are not traditionally a bird of prey. But the blue raven is an honorary raptor. The men are ordered to make extra fortifications. This forward camp and its few hundred soldiers are all that stood between the newly blooming city lying behind them and a force from a foreign shore. Wolf tasks the second most senior man in the group to keep everyone organized on the building of defenses and basic traps. And during the midst of all this, a lone messenger dressed in friendly colors approaches on horseback. He says but a few words. He declares that he has a letter from the general addressed to Wolf. The messenger rides off towards the city with more letters just as fast as he drops the current letter off. Wolf does not want to open the letter. He already knows that the timing of Raven's hunt paired with a letter from Washington himself only confirmed his suspicions. Lancaster City was the next target of the British Crown. Yet he knows he must open it to know for sure. And that is when, with a gasp of air he can barely keep quiet, he reads in the general's writing. The even mightier city of Philadelphia, the capital city of the 13 colonies, was lost to the lions. It seemed they came down from the north and cut down the southeast, cutting off the eastern half of Penn's woods, forcing everyone toward the west and directing everyone else to the south, along with forming a half circle around Wolf's general area. And that in a few weeks, the newly declared capital known as Lancaster is to hold strong against the lion's roar. The general has written that he will be present with his army in but a week, bolstering the wolf's few hundred by a few thousand. By all estimates, over 3,000 militia soldiers will be present for the defense. The wolf for more than a moment stares off blankly at the words, and yet he snaps back into form and composure. He folds the letter and looks off into the sky. "We need our bird in the skies," he says to himself. And with that, he turns toward the main house at the camp that holds the women and children of the men he commands. He steps through the doors and talks to one of the female hands inside. The appearance of Wolf startled the lasses. The old soldier looked gruff for his age. And before the hands can say a word, the wolf simply says, "I need to see Raven." The women look at each other and ask the commander to wait a moment. The ladies are the only ones to ever see Raven at any point. This will be the commander's first time seeing the Raven with his own eyes. And as the one lass begins to walk off to retrieve the bird of prey, footsteps as silent as moonlight can be felt. The wood floor barely vibrates as one individual walks into the room from what feels like out of nowhere. Wolf had never seen this person before, nor had he ever heard his voice, and yet the presence this individual carried made it clear it was the man he needed to see. In a quiet voice, the enigma itself spoke softly. "Wolf." I could hear the messenger from a mile away. "It's not every day we get a letter from Washington." The commander looks into the silver eyes of the enigma. Those eyes, even as they are talking, he knows they are studying him. He can see the eyes tracing his figure, analyzing his mass and his density. Even amongst allies, this bird treats most like prey. Wolf finally opens his mouth. "The capital has fallen. Those scouts were just the start. The room goes cold as that last word leaves his mouth. Most birds hate the cold. Not this one. No, a blue raven brings the cold stench of death with him wherever he walks. And that's when the commander realized no more needed said. The raven walks closer, almost too close for the commander's comfort. Where am I? Needed wolf. The wolf looks at the raven and simply says what he knows for sure. The city will not survive a frontal assault. And they both know this. Those lobster backs will overrun them even with reinforcements. They were expecting the next wave a half-year from now. And they are here right now. By this point, even the children hiding in the other room could feel the gravity pressing down. No one in this camp, no matter the age, was any man's fool. The women look amongst themselves as the two men stare into the current reality. And that's when Raven says simply, "I'll divert them." Wolf looks in disbelief. "How?" he asks. Writes Ferry. Be there with Washington. Passage 3, Penn's Woods. Raven didn't even take a moment before grabbing his flintlock rifle and hatchet. He's all ready for what needs to be done. Wolf, however, hesitantly stops him. "How will I know your mission was a success?" he asks the raven. Raven simply looks at him and says, "The flag I took. Raise it every sunrise when you arrive at the river by Wright's Ferry. If you don't hear my musket fire within 10 minutes of raising the flag each morning, then they have not been diverted. If after 2 weeks of no response, assume I failed and head back for Lancaster." The wolf asks why the enemy flag is to be raised. That is when the raven instructs him that if more scouts are in the area, then it is a dangerous prospect to raise our battle flag. The Coats are not from this land. If they see their flag, they won't investigate. They will assume you to be nothing more than a loyalist. They won't come to check the colors of sleeves. What I need you to do is hide in plain sight." And with that, the raven takes flight, not into the cold night, but for once in his life into the brilliant sunshine. The door to the house that held the raven now stands wide open with his figure in the way. And at that point, even under the bright sun, the camp feels cold. The men who had been prepping for the current day's activities take notice of the chilled wind. They turn their heads to the manor, if it can even be called such. And they see a soldier they have never seen before. The men get goosebumps. It's as if in their heads they can hear the call of various songbirds as he begins to walk by. He's not that tall nor all that buff or robust, almost comically slim and slender. Yet as he walks, the men feel the weight, they feel the gravity of the likes they have never felt before. And those who got close enough to look in his eyes as he passed, oh, those men swore they saw the devil in those eyes. And they would have never guessed the devil was but a mere man, a mere mortal. But that was the raven, all right. He was a devil. And that was when the men at camp knew, oh, they knew who the soldier was. And they begin to back away in fear as he walks by. The few hundred men who are trained to take on cannon fire and musket rounds, oh, they all feared the raven. "It's him," they whisper aloud. But the bird still cares not. Just as fast as he walked out of the building and into the camp, he was gone like a whisper to the wind, not even bothering to mount on horseback. No, all there was the sound of feet hitting the trunks and bark of trees, and in an instant the sound was gone, the raven was gone. The commander steps out of the house and breaks the ice. "Men, gather round," he shouts aloud. The men do not like this. The flag, the letter, the raven. They all feel the world pressing down. The men walk toward the man known as Wolf, almost in the sense of what feels akin to delirium. And that's when Wolf lays it all out. "I was wrong, men. This letter in my hand states that the city of Philadelphia has fallen, and that we at this moment are the new ones, the new capital. In a week, General Washington will be present with his detachment. We will be as strong as 3,000. Our orders were to hold ground. But I have my own orders. I need no more than 20 men to stay at camp with the women and children. Your task is to redirect Washington to our new location at Wright's Ferry, a small boat launch and village no less than 15 miles from the current camp. The 20 men and Washington will join us in no less than 2 weeks. Raven has been tasked. No. He has chosen to risk his life in an attempt to divert the British away from Lancaster to Wright's Ferry, where we will use the river to hold them off. It's a short window to be ready, but if we are ready, no matter how many thousands of lobster backs are put in our way, we will hold them off. I won't lie to you, men. There's a chance the raven might not return. There's a cancer we will have to turn tail and come back home. But we will not let our new nation be our new capital, no matter how temporary both might be. Die out to the hands of empire does not even see us as equals. I have many men of many different creeds under my command here today. Among you few hundred, I have commanded people of all walks of life from all different areas of the world, all in the hope that we will one day be free. I can't promise freedom or equal rights today or even tomorrow, but if we fight for today, then there will be a chance for our children to sit in class as equals, a chance that men and women will fight side by side as warriors, a hope that all will hold the weapons for their shared revolutions. A chance that we might see a nation that rivals and outlasts even the British crown. Men, are you with me? The men snap their heads to look at one another, their hearts pounding in sync. But whatever fear that Commander Wolf might have had has gone away when his men begin to shout for the budding rose of a new nation. We will fight. Passage 4, The Boy and the Raven. No less than a day had passed since he took to the treetops. The raven is already in the town of Millersburg. In the past 20 years, the once small blacksmith's house had expanded outward to resemble that of a small manor with neighbors of hunters and fishermen along with woodsmen and farmers. The town is just a bit bigger than the camp in terms of buildings, yet is a fraction of the people. To Raven, this young town, much like Lancaster City, is a young micronation of people, all with their own wants and desires. It's in these brief moments that he feels like a young one again. He can close his eyes and imagine a time when the British flag once meant to the people what the stars of the 13 colonies represent now. Or rather, it's what his father told him back in the day. His father loved the red uniforms, he loved the flag of an empire he fought for, he strived to make that empire a kingdom to all who lived in it. You would have never guessed the man in question, the father who fought, no, not his son, and all those around him could hardly bear witness to the knowledge that he was of royalty. A royal who, unlike his cousins, brothers and sisters, wanted an honest life. The life of a soldier. He could have been an admiral on the seas or a general of a grand army. But the father refused these roles. The father wanted pride, he wanted honor, he wanted honest to good growth he could be proud of. That his nation, his empire could be proud of. And the father knew, oh, he knew deep down that if he stayed in the British Isles he would never have the pride he sought so deeply. So when they needed detachments in the colonies, he signed up with the quickest of intent. That very day he pushed and rammed his way through the crowd and in the boldest letters signed his name. And in no less than a few years he stepped off that troop ship and was stationed in Penn's Woods. And it was perfect for him. A colony set up by a man known as William Penn many years before. And even better, the Penn family had control and order over the area. So when British soldiers were stationed there, it was not for some policy an ocean away. It was for the people. And the father in that had found pride, he had found growth. He had found where was needed. These wounds in mere weeks felt like home to him. The people of this land have an ideal outlook on what the empire he loves can be. He would think to himself day in and day out that this was the true blood of the crown. No, the true kings. These people and their dreams are what truly fueled the machine, what inspires the growth of a nation, and the very essence of what life is about. These farmers were his real cousins, he would often think. The young lasses raising the children of this new world became his sisters, and the native tribes in the valley and hills were his fellow countrymen. It started to matter less and less what the people looked like to him. He loved this corner of the world so much that to him all those who lived here and represented it were in equal measure to that of hard-working, loyal British citizens. No, in fact, he'd go even further and say this was the true heart of an empire. And that's when he found her, the young woman who would go on to be the mother of his kid. A lass of German descent. It wasn't long after that they had Raven, his name inspired by the bird itself. A bird that has lived alongside humans for many, many years. The Corvus corax is as long-lasting as humanity itself and has earned the respect of the mother and father many times over. And thus that was his name. But the raven then opens his eyes to the past, but something a few years old yet a lifetime ago is gone, and so it is. The raven looks down and he sees a sight that catches his eye, a lone young one no older than 6. The raven drops down onto a rooftop nearby, by his drop as light as feathers. He observes and sees the boy crying while holding a drawing of a family. The raven is personally too pained to interact, but he does not leave, at least not right away, and eventually, he feels in his coat pocket and feels a few gold coins in it. Without a second thought, in a mere moment, he drops the coin pouch from the roof he was on with a loud clunk, and as the kid sees the coins, the raven was once again going to the wind. And after a few miles more of travel he realizes the amount of time has passed and finally begins to sleep for this brief, also brief period. Passage 5, The Long Road Ahead. It was the day after when Wolf and his men began the long march ahead. For a single man on horseback, this would be but a few-hour journey, but in a throng of a few hundred it would take a few days. And for Washington, it will take much longer. Wolf puts the timeline through his head thousands of times. We originally had a hope of a winter window, but that closed. The scouts indicated a winter attack, but the letter insists it could be less than a month. Now they have less than a week to be in Wright's Ferry. Then 2 weeks to keep an eye and ear out for the signal. And if that fails they will have less than 1 week to return. If this plan of his and the birds fail, then Lancaster could possibly be defenseless. We have 3 weeks, 3 measly weeks between us and the British. Will the bird divert them? Will we be ready if and when he does? These thoughts run wild through Wolf, but he knows that there is only one thing that's guaranteed. This is the moment where everything is at play. It was not long ago the 13 colonies declared independence, and even less that they got the British answer. Philadelphia is in the lion's hands. The wolf can only imagine the people lost in the fight and what they went through, the capital of a nation ripped away in moments. And now it's up to the new one to rebound a shot and score a victory. As the drums beat on signifying their march, the raven many miles away, awakes to the light of the day. The treetop he's in is wet from the nighttime rain that he failed to notice. He has spent so much of his time outdoors in these treetops in the worst of conditions, that to this blue raven the nightly rain was but a mere inconvenience. For most birds, their wings would be ruined in the rain. But for this one, it was a welcome sight. The rain leads to mud, and mud contains footprints left behind by the animals that were around the night before. He was hoping for this, he thinks to himself. And it's there in the mud he can see the boot marks left behind by those who were under the tree unaware of the sleeping raven. He lowers himself onto the bottommost branch and studies the print from the gap. He knows those prints. Only a professional in the Majesty's army wears those boots. That of a Hessian style, and they are pointing from the west leading directly east. He follows the prints, they are organized like that of a good soldier. 6 different sets of prints all falling in line. They must not know the exact location of the city. These scouts are even more off track than the ones he ended but a few nights ago. He follows the trail for less than a few minutes, and it's when he sees from the trees a tiny campsite with lobster backs getting ready for the march forward. 6 prey, he thinks to himself. But he'll need one alive. And with that, he leaps down onto the first man, his hatchet landing deep in his chest, too deep he can't pull it free. In an instant, he grabs the victim's flintlock pistol and fires into the second man. And that is when a second gunshot rings loudly. And the dirt by the raven's foot was disturbed by it, The third man had missed his shot and now he would miss his life as the raven finally pulled the hatchet free and throws into the man's neck. His blood spatters out, blinding the fourth man in a spray of red liquid. The raven pulls his own rifle from its strap and fires into him. He drops as the bird of prey slams his fist into the throat of the fifth man, breaking the neck. He then pulls that same man's sword from its sheath and slices into the arm of the sixth man, who drops his rifle and holds his arms up in defeat. Less than 30 seconds have passed and the raven cares not. He holds the tip of the sword to the man's neck. The last lobster's back is standing in awe of what he just witnessed. "Who are you?" asks the lobster back. "Just a scout," replies the raven. "Why are you here?" asks the soldier. "To stop you," he replies. "Why?" remarks the lobster. "You're on our land," remarks the raven. "This land belongs to the crown," the soldier declares. "Funny, I don't see any crowns here." "And I see even less British," remarks Raven. "You sons of liberty are terrorists to our empire." Liberty, what does that even mean to you lot? You say you fight for freedom and equality, but for who? You lot down in the south hold people for nothing better than raising crops and cattle. You hold your women indoors, ordering them to cook and clean for your soldiers. Have them raise children while you lot play war, all while the empire cleans up your mess. The lobster shouts all of this, hoping that his adversary would look away for even the briefest of moments so that he could flee or pull his pistol. But the raven does not break the line of sight, no, not even for that briefest of moments. In fact, the face of the raven hardly changes at all. "Did you not hear me? You scream for liberty while housing slaves." And yet again the face of the raven did not change, it didn't even blink. "You stupid moronic son of bitch. You're a slaver," screams the soldier. The air then goes cold, very, very cold. The raven leans in just a tiny bit closer, pointing the blade and gently pushing just enough for the soldier to feel the tip of the blade. The raven looks dead in the man's eyes and responds, "It's all you ever taught us." And the raven meant every single word of it. Slaves are the British way of life. Without your colonies here and abroad, you wouldn't be an empire, you wouldn't be British. Without slaves you would have no weapons, no food, nothing. You are nothing, the British are nothing. You're sad, weak, and pathetic prey who live and breathe other men's air. You cock ride a crown that cares so little for you that right now you are nothing more than a monkey in a red coat, stuck in my neck of the woods." Oh, and the red coat did not like these words that came from the raven's mouth. No, not at all. His face turns red with rage and he shouts out loud. "When the forces at Susquehannock Ford begin their march, they will all be dead and in chains." And that's when the face of the lobster back goes cold. He already knows the error he made, but it is too late. The sword of the raven goes through the man's throat and into the tree behind him. He stands there choking on steel and blood, and he will remain standing for the rest of time till the bone and flesh decay and there is nothing more than a sword in a tree trunk. Passage 6. The Bird and the Worm. Days have passed since the raven left the soldier to rot and bleed. He cares not about the prey he killed. Yet he thinks of how familiar this all feels. No, not the familiarity of taking life. The familiarity of this specific prey is what is bugging him. It all feels like he has seen this before. Those scouts were going in the completely wrong direction. Yet they seemed to know where they were going. Like their very commander sent them in the wrong direction on purpose. And come to think of it, the 10 scouts he killed at the start of it seemed pretty far off the mark as well. This makes Raven think as he runs and jumps across the branches of the trees, their yellow and orange leaves showing brightly through the sunshade. Is it you, worm? Have you come back to the scene of the crime? And after all this time? The thought trails off as Raven stops dead in his tracks. And that is when he realizes that this is seemingly all part of someone's plans. He knows this man, or at least he thinks it's the same man. The Raven feels goosebumps on his skin and he begins to cold sweat. His eyes, oh, they are filled with rage and anger. He can still hear the gunshots. Oh, those many, many gunshots, windows breaking, pottery smashing against lead and iron. He can feel the musket balls bouncing off the walls. The blades clashing in the night, his mother rushing out the door, bow and arrow drawn. His mother was a skilled hunter. He still remembers watching arrow after arrow plowing through the heads of the lobsters. Eventually the arrows ran dry and she resorted to her knife. His mother and father fought for what felt like hours. And by the end, there was only one man in their way. And to the Raven, that man was the devil. He still remembers the bodies, he still remembers his father's last words as blood choked his last breath, as Raven looked into his father's eyes for the last time. The father was barely able to hand a blue coat to his bird. And as he did so, he said simply, "Wolf, find Wolf. Protect him, protect Wolf, son. Don't let the last good men of my world, of the empire I love, die to that man you saw today." This was years before the Declaration of Independence. 1774, that year. It's all flowing back. He remembers the days leading up to that night. He can remember his father coming home after locating a scouting party back when everyone was still British, back when even the Raven was such. The scouting party was told there were Rouge tribals in the area. But Raven's father knew better, and that there were no tribes in that area, so he went out on a search for them. The poor bastards found themselves in the territory of the local bears. Had the father not arrived when he did, all the men would be dead. His father would later tell him it was like the men were sent on a death march without knowing it, and that he had full intentions of bringing this up with the king. His father did not like using his royal connections, but he knew that the men under the command of Shepherd were nothing more than toys. Shepherd. Shepherd. Raven hates that man's name. That name brings pain, that name is a curse, a death wish. No. The only name fit for that man, no, his future prey, is the worm. A worm is all that prey is to the Raven, a bird and a worm. He will crawl away in pain, he will beg for life. The worm will watch as the bird pecks off his fingers and the Raven swoops down and takes his life away. Oh, then the worm will finally understand even the tiniest drop of pain the worm has made the Raven feel. Little worm, I will spill your blood over the rose I wear on my back, and I will wear it like a badge of honor. The words leave Raven's mouth as cold as the grave itself. The Raven then starts to shift his thinking. How will I redirect this monster? This prey? He remembers visiting Fort Susquehannock as a kid. An old installment from the previous war against the French and tribals. He recalls the fort and the camp around it were more than capable of holding thousands of men, and considering there is ample evidence to assume they will be getting more troops to join them via reinforcements from Philly. The Raven realizes he will need to do something drastic to shift their focus to make their top command order an attack on the ferry launch and avoid Lancaster. He needs to get in their heads, he needs to hurt the little worm, just not physically, but mentally. The Blue Raven is getting very dark thoughts, his face cracks a wicked smile. We all have our breaking points, little worm, you took something I care about, so I'll do the same to you. I'm not far from the fort, and I'll have plenty of time to spy on you, my prey. I'll find that one thing you care about and I will rip it away from you. Passage 7, The General and the Wolf. It had been a week and a half for Commander Wolf. They arrived by the ferry launch, but a few days ago the march was slowed by several scouting parties that they were forced to engage. But they were here, that is all that matters. The first days of setting up camp were easy. They sent the locals off towards Lancaster. Some of the men in the small town decided to join the boys in blue, boosting their current numbers from 300 to 320. Wolf happily took on the extra support. In the past few hours, they have made mounds to stand the cannons on to give them better elevation for firing across the river. When the general gets here, they should have 20 cannons ready for the defense. And on that thought, the sounds of drums can be heard. He looks down from the hill he is on. Thousands of bluecoats march their way, and at the front is the man in charge. Wolf begins to walk down from the hill. He feels the gravity once again, but this time it's uplifting. "General," shouts Wolf, "I figured you would still be a few days out." Washington, with a look of concern, says, "Wolf, can we be sure the sellsword will keep his end?" The commander looks at the general. "He is no sellsword. He's a patriot through and through. He's lived in these woods. He's spilled blood in these woods, and he would die for these woods." Washington looks at him with determination. "I trust your judgment, Wolf. You are a much older soldier than I. But if this plan fails, you do realize we will be exposed." He looks at Washington and says, "I know, old friend, but the people in the city cannot be dealt the same hand that the people in Philly got. If I am to make any gamble, it will be on the wings of the Blue Raven." And that's when Washington finally asks, "This Raven? Who is he exactly?" And that's when Wolf says, "That's the thing, sir. He is an enigma even among me and my men. He came into our lives one day, we never recruited him. One night, according to the women, he showed up just asking for a roof for a few nights. However, to my surprise, little items were showing up around camp. These items were evidence of nightly encounters with British troops, all at the hands of the Raven. At first we thought the women were pulling a prank on us. But as the nights kept going and our little visitor continued to stay, we realized it was no joke. The raven was real. And he's a devil to any and all from that old world. It's funny, we tried for days to get the raven to show himself. Every time anyone other than the women and children in the house went to go find him, he would never be there. Yet the women and children swore otherwise. As weeks turned to months, we just accepted it. Not even I saw the raven till but a week ago. The only thing we know for sure is that he is death for all those who come to harm Lancaster. The general feels as though hours have passed in mere seconds hearing the words leave his friend's mouth. The words he hears feels like a monster in human clothes is being described to him. And he can only bring himself to ask one thing. Wolf, when did he show up? Wolf looks at him and replies, since 1774, back when we were still British. The general stops and thinks about that year. That specific year, there's something of relevance there. But he can't quite put his finger on it. So much has happened in so little time, so many things that not even the world's greatest record keepers could keep track of, much less one man. But still, he feels as though there is something he knows that Wolf does not. Yet the general can't bring the memory to form. In an unsure voice, the general asks one last question. Wolf, are you sure you have never seen the raven before that day? Wolf stops and looks at his friend. If I had passed by him when he was a lad, I unfortunately cannot recall. However, the name has always felt familiar. Washington then remarks. Regardless, we have our strategy and we have our men, and more importantly we have a window. The redcoats have taken so much time forming the half circle that they are spread thin. Only so many men can fit on a troop ship after all. I estimate about 5,000 men on the enemy side between here and Philly, but if I were to hazard a guess, I'd say they will match us dead even man for man. By nature, they will need a few thousand to stay back and defend Philly, along with keeping the strategic advantage of the half circle to the south. If the Ravens' plan works, that means we will be facing 3,000 men in the next 2 weeks, all on this humble little river. This feels familiar, Wolf. The strategies of our enemy, the way they move, the aggressive battles, the scouts. Do we know this enemy, Wolf? Wolf replies, I have felt the same way recently. I swear we must know who this enemy is, but I can't place it. Washington looks off to the river at those last words. Then may the future of liberty stand on that unknown enemy. For if we are not strong enough to win against this foe, then we are not strong enough for liberty. Passage 8. The Shepherd and His Sheep. He stands in a tree and stares through the opening in the leaves. He watches as the sun dips down and the night begins to rise. He looks at the fort with a sense of evil. The raven is not thinking of the war at this moment. No, he's thinking about what he needs to do. What will mentally tear the flesh from the bone in the worm's mind? He cares not about who he needs to hurt. He cares not about the lives and families he will ruin. No, the bird is focused on his worm, his prey, his enemy, 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 worm, lobster, shepherd. And as the night arrives, the raven rushes through the wind, past the trees, and into the heart of the beast. Memories flood in from when his father brought him here as a lad. The red uniforms were a comfort back then. So few men were issued anything different. Very rarely for those who were a cut above the cloth, other colors would be issued to show their prestige. Some were given different colors in the face of regiments and alignment or factions to some. But there was always a sea of red coats. And in that sea, there was but a drop of blue. That blue coat the one Raven wears this very night, is the only thing that allows the Raven to separate his father from the rest of the British. The Raven is now sitting above the fort on top of a building, only hidden by the height above the firelight. He's looking for his worm. He examines prey after prey for minutes on end. And that's when he sees a man walk out the front door of the building he is on top of. Raven's heart begins to pound in anger. His vision begins to hyperfocus as he sees so many hundreds of soldiers gathered around further off. And he sees someone join the other man's side who just left the house. Raven pays close attention and listens. Men. In less than 3 days we begin our march on that blasted city. They are closed in with only one way to retreat. We will either take their lives or make them flee north. And I want no prisoners. If we need to blast that mockery of the British Red Rose to the ground, then we will do so. These are not British citizens, these are not malicious soldiers defending their land, no. These sons of bastards along with their women and children are all rebellious scum. Traitors to the very crown who gave them this nation, this land, this chance. And we will never let them have the chance to do so again. They claim taxation without representation. I say we are the representation. These bastard foreigners claim to be equal when their weak and pathetic mothers and fathers couldn't even cut it back in England. They are foreigners because they chose to make themselves such. But not even the ocean will keep them from us. I promise you men that if it exists in the world then it belongs to the crown. They call this their land. But I do not recall giving out the bill of sale. I recall not any receipts or taxes paid. They have lived off our resources and our land for years. No decades. Their Continental Congress has fallen back. To this tiny bastardization of the city, I love back home. These inbred backwater traitors call this pathetic, insignificant trash garbage sad, lonely, underdeveloped, weak and angry excuse for a city that dares to call itself Lancaster. Then we will turn it into ash and dust. We will make these monkeys in blue coats afraid of the night we arrive and turn their city into dust. But more importantly, when you arrive half of you will be put under the command of my son, my second in command. In 3 days my son's half will depart alongside us and hit the city from the south while my half invade from the east. In 2 days you will have your roles. Dismissed. The Raven is silent. Every word is playing like an echo chamber, every word, son, son, son. The wind begins to rush now, sending the lamplight in all directions on the ground and making the face of the youngest man in camp glow. That youngest man being the son of the shepherd. The Raven starts seeing red, too much red. Red like blood, red like their coats, like the blood he will spill on their coats, red like the blood of the shepherd, the blood he will spill on the rose he wears. But the raven now knows which shepherd's blood he will spill. The blood of the youngest man in camp. The blood of the shepherd's son. A smile forms across the face of the raven as he focuses on his prey. Watches as the young lobster knows the young shepherd walks from man to man, talking and laughing about what's to come. The raven watches as the men treat him like a brother, like a comrade. He watches as the hours tick by as the young shepherd mingles, but eventually the young one gets tired. He begins to wander away and back to the house with no one in tow. The raven quickly looks for the older shepherd and sees him on the far side of the camp yelling at the lobster. Raven drops onto a big overlook of the house, still barely out of sight. He presses his ear to the wall and waits as he hears footsteps come up into that very same room. The raven hears the prey fall into his nest. He waits as minutes go by, and then he hears it, the snoring of his prey, the guard being dropped. Raven slowly opens the door that leads from the overlook into the bedroom. The room is massive compared to his and lush with furniture and decoration, but this doesn't impress the raven. No, he only sees the prey, the lobster, the enemy, the youngest kill he will ever dare to take. The shepherd's son. Raven's face twists even further. The eyes of the devil are on full display. He can't hold back the smile. He walks forward. He draws his hatchet and raises it to the sky. He watches as the eyes of his prey snap open as the raven whispers, "Little worm." And as fast as the eyes are open, not a single word can leave. His air is gone, his throat is gone, the metal fills his neck, and all he tastes is blood, his blood. The raven pulls free and slams it down further. It's not quick, it's not clean. No, it's what the raven wants, what the raven has always wanted to do. And as the head separates from the body, the raven sheds his coat and lays it on the floor. He takes the body of the shepherd's son and lays its headless frame over it. He watches as the rose turns red. He removes it from the floor and dons it onto his frame. The blood-soaked red rose shows a dark bloody hue on his back. The raven takes his hands and shoves them down the former neck of his prey and covers his hands in blood. He draws the 13 stars and a blood-soaked raven. He writes underneath, "Find me in Wright's Ferry." And with that, the raven finally is back to his composure as he leaves the room. He leaves the scene. His prey once again means nothing to him. The moment, the oh so sweet moment, is gone. The pain is gone, but only for the moment. He sleeps in a tree away from the fort. He knows the activity will wake him when they find the note. The activity, Wolf would be proud. He feels as though his mother and father would be too. After all these years he finally had his. And that's when the raven's eyes shoot open. His heart begins to pound in fear and dread. He started to feel sick to his stomach. He could almost vomit and begin to cry. For the first time in his life, the raven is human, and he is afraid. With a whimper and a shake, he can only mutter, "What have I done?" As a memory all too close plays through his head. Wolf, protect Wolf, my son." The raven can't move, he is afraid he might fall from his roost. By God, I've sent the shepherd after Wolf and General Washington. What have I done? Passage 9, Fear in the Night. The raven has no time to rest, he has no time to wait for the alarm to rise, seeing the fruits of his labor is the last thing on his mind. He knows the job is done. The only thought on his mind is getting back to Wolf. The distance from Fort Susquehannock to Wright's Ferry is much shorter than the distance from the main camp. He knows he can make it in time. He flies from branch to branch, heart pounding. He looks from the trees to the ground to the moon. He keeps track of the time in his head. The minutes, the seconds, the hours. They are all in track. Each branch takes seconds. Each tree a bridge to make each second count. Every few hundred steps was a minute, and each mile but 1,000 steps. The raven free runs across the branches till he comes to an open field he can see in the distance about a few miles off the river he needs to get to. Please remember the signal, Wolf, the raven thinks to himself. He runs as fast as he can. But he can feel his legs failing him. What would normally take a few minutes is taking him hours. The last 2 miles feels like forever as he battles the last dying gasp of the moon that's giving out to the light. Raven's vision is blurred and dodgy, spots fill his field of view. The morning light is starting to rise at early, very early orange and purple. Raven can already hear the morning drums in the distance. He can see the enemy flag being raised by Wright's Ferry. The signal raven can barely gasp out. He feels his body failing as he falls to the ground from exhaustion. He is barely able to drag himself on top of a small boulder. He battles the seconds as he pulls the rifle from his back and opens fire to the sky. Please, please, let them have heard it. And with that raven passes out, no longer able to fight off the exhaustion. Over in camp, Wolf and Washington rush to the river bank, a few dozen men at each side. Wolf was that, the general begins to say. The commander remarks, "Aye sir." The gunshot went up almost immediately. "It's him." Washington then begins to say, "You there, hand me that spyglass." The general scans the field lit up by the morning Sunday. He sees something the distance less than a mile out on the opposite field. A mound of stone with a man holding a rifle collapsed on top of it. Washington hands Wolf the spyglass and points. Wolf screams out, "Raven! Men, get the boats, we need to grab him." They rush onto the wooden platform. A line of rope was attached from shore to shore by the previous ferryman of the area months ago, and they pull the wooden barge forward. The current of this river is mighty. But Wolf, Washington and 3 other men pull themselves through the water. 5 men in total battle the current. It takes 10 minutes to pull the barge and secure it on the other side of the shore. The 5 men sprint across the field to the rock. Wolf get there first, checking the boy's chest and neck. They see that the raven is still breathing. A sigh of relief washes over Wolf's face. General Washington, however, is more than dumbfounded. He knows the price of war. He understands the lives of the young often get involved. but the general, as he aids the wolf into walking the young raven back to the barge and into camp, can only think. He thinks about the monster that has been described to him over the march to camp, by the wolf's men and by the wolf himself. The very thing that was described as a devil to him was a boy who looked no older than 17. Washington feels numb. This lad chose his mission and he pulled it off. Yet the general still feels dread, still feels sorrow. This is the price of liberty, this is the cost. Sending in young boys to do the men's job. They get over into camp after another 10-minute struggle with the water and barge. But they slowly walk the raven into camp. And that's when the wolf's few hundred men can be heard among the crowd of several thousand. Raven, they all say almost in unison. For the wolf's men the sight is hard to take in. They all think to themselves, is this the monster we have feared in the night? The bird of prey who was death to the old world. He was but a lad, he was just human, even the raven could reach exhaustion. For Washington men who have only recently heard of this honorary raptor were left in shock, in awe. One boy redirected the British. They can hardly believe it. But yet there he was, the infamous raven, being carried by Wolf and General Washington. Wolf yells and screams for any men with medical practices. About 4 men run from the crowd and to their sides. The raven is brought into the main tent and is laid down on the only proper bed. The men check what they can. Dehydration, lack of food, and overall low energy from the near week-long death mission have clearly taken their toll on Raven. They take his coat and hang it over a chair, putting his rifle and hatchet next to it. Wolf is focused on his lone scout. I know you can't hear me right now, lad, but you did it. We have a fighting chance. But Washington looks at the coat. He looks at the blood-stained red rose now dried and dyed onto the jacket. He knows who wore that blue coat, the king's cousin. I served with that man. That's his coat, he didn't have it on his death day. Washington then realizes who the raven is. The weight of liberty is being carried by English royalty. Passage 10, The Raven's Call. Wolf looks at his scout. He slowly gives him water and light scrapes of food. The raven keeps going in and out of consciousness. As the hours turn into days, the wolf hardly believes that this is the same kid he met all those years ago. He remembers his friend the boy's father. The image of the fellow commander with his boy and mother seems such a far cry from the raven he sees today, from the raven that has been hiding in his camp. The devil in human clothes. He was well aware of the father's passing. He had assumed for all these years that the child went with him. The very kick off the revolution. To George and Wolf, this was their personal Boston massacre. George goes over the memories of the 40 dead regulars next to his friend and the man's wife. He tries to think harder, but the memories don't come forward. Wolf, this feels too familiar, begins Washington, but with those very words, he hears the men outside yell out, "Lobster backs, they are here." as several musket rounds fly through the tent but missing everyone inside. Wolf and Washington get ready to run outside as they hear the raven mutter a few words. "Shepherd, it's Shepherd." The two men then look at each other, hearts racing. After all these years, that bastard has returned. Seconds feel like hours as the two men remember the senior general they used to take orders from. They now understand not just the gravity of the mess they are in, but they also understand what they both must do. In the name of this great nation, we will kill that son of a bitch. And with that the two men rush outside, weapons in hand, as they order their men to fight till the last breath. And yet inside the tent, the raven cares not. He can't separate seconds from minutes, minutes from hours, nor hours from days. He fights through the delirium as he can feel people giving him water and light scraps of food. He can't tell how long it's been. To the raven it could have been 1 day or 1 month, and it would matter not. He struggles to open his eyes. He hears and smells the cannons and muskets firing in the air outside. He can barely make out the features of the tent. Can hardly tell he was lying in bed. Raven forces himself onto the floor, the cold dirt and grass feeling like a dreamscape. His vision blurs as he can barely lift himself to his feet, holding onto a table in front of him. He sees a tankard of water and he downs the whole thing in seconds. His body is so dehydrated that the water hit him with a buzz in his face. The world's still spinning, but it's just stable enough for him to stand up straight. Raven feels his own forehead and it's as hot as a blacksmith's forge. Bad time to catch the cold, he thinks to himself. But the raven cares not. Yet he can't get himself to stay focused. If I can't get my head to wake up, then I'll make the body do so. He stumbles to the ground. He grabs his hatchet from the chair it sits on. Without hesitation, the raven puts a light cut into his shoulder. He howls in pain, but the desired effect kicks in. He can feel the adrenaline shoot through his blood. He feels his body just enough to stand up and grab his coat and musket. He dons the blood-stained rose. His vision is hyper-focused, but his head is light and burning. He slowly walks out of the tent. The night is being lit up by the cannons on either side of the river. He stumbles as he ducks from tent to tent. He hides in between the flashes of light from the guns. He works his way toward the edge of the encampment. He can see Washington and Wolf keeping the men in line and even opening fire themselves. Raven scans the water line. He needs a way across, but he knows he lacks the strength needed to pull a barge across the water. The blue raven is nothing if not clever and observant. He studies the current of the water as it gets lit up by the cannons. The current curves as the river moves down, and even better, it curves towards the British side of the shore. He sees a small watercraft, what resembles an oak boat. A carved tree turned into water transport. He begins to put the boat into the water and climbs inside, and he hangs on for dear life as the current begins to pull on the boat. Meanwhile, the two men in charge are dodging cannon fire and shouting orders. They watch as men on both sides fall in mass. Each soldier on both ends is going man for man. They see the night get lit up like fireworks in the air. They see as cannonballs make an impact on their side. They watch as men go flying through the air. They yell for the men to hold steady and to keep up the fire. And that is when they see off in the distance a single boat drifting through the water with one man inside riding the current to the opposing shore. And they already know who that man is. In a split second, they order the men to give Raven cover fire. And upon hearing those words, the men do so without a second thought and direct fire onto the first 100 feet of shoreline. The men can hardly believe the Raven is on another mission this early. But all the men in camp know that if the Raven completes his mission, that if the Raven takes flight, then this battle will be over before it even started. They fire for a solid minute onto the shore until they see Raven's boat get close. They then direct fire in a line up the field, clearing the first few 100 feet of men, but in equal measure losing a number of their own. The Blue Raven climbs out of the boat and begins to crawl from the shore and into the tall grass. His blood pumping faster and faster, the adrenaline forcing him to his feet. I can't slow down. He feels the sound of drums beating in his head as he launches forward, using every bit of energy he has into a sprint. He holds his hatchet out and one lobster falls, then two, then three, then four, then five, then six. He runs and the number continues to rise. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I can't stop. 17, 18, body don't fail me. 19, 20, 21, run Raven run. His body and mind hyper-focus as he flies through the night. Shepherd, I will not rest until I get to you. I made this mess and now I will clean it up. And like a true vengeful coward, in between the flashes of light, the shepherd is seen in the back of the crowd, staying well out of the way of fire, but not out of the eyes of the Raven. Commander Wolf looks out into the blinding night and he sees that his scout has regained his energy. George, give me and my men cover fire. If we are to win today, it will not be on this shoreline. Men to the barges. His men rush forward. The few hundred break up into groups of 20 to 30 and they climb onto their respective barges and begin to pull their way across the water. Some men on the barges try to keep fire going onto the shore, but the moving water makes aiming hard. Men are lost to both water and musket balls. Wolf shouts across as the men drag through the water. Keep pushing forward, we need to break up this enemy force. We will land and we will push the front back. Ready your bayonets, men. We charge on landing. The general is doing his best to take fire off the men at the barges, but it's difficult. Keep going, men. We can't give in. We have men on the other side. If not for Wolf, then for the Raven. We must give him time to cut the serpent's head. And it's during all of this that the Raven jumps forward from the grass. He counts 3 men guarding the shepherd. They fall like all prey should. But as the Raven slams his hatchet forward, the monster blocks with his cavalry saber. The blades clash, sending sparks to fly. The shepherd looks at the sheep in front of him, a sheep in a blue coat. The shepherd towers over the sheep. He pulls his blade back and slices it forward. The sheep is barely able to dodge, and as he dodges he sees that blood-stained rose. "You son of a bitch," He screams as he tries to cut off the sheep's head but misses. As the animal moves back, the shepherd moves forward, assaulting more and more as the sheep is barely able to dodge and block, taking back steps as he does. Not only do you kill my only son and have the balls to show up in my face again, but you betray your empire. Your father could have been king one day back in England, yet he and you choose to die for these foreigners. The shepherd is angered. He keeps moving forward, swinging his blade more and more at faster and faster rates. He scratches the sheep a few times but nothing more. No scratches will not satisfy his need to kill this animal that strayed from the flock. You fight for these mongrels. You fight for these tribals out in the hills. But you won't fight for the empire you could inherit if you so choose. The sheep does not respond to any of this, and it angers the shepherd more and more. His blade motions become wild and sporadic, in an attempt to throw this wild sheep off guard, but it's not working. The sheep keeps moving back further and further. The shepherd is furious. Why can he not kill this one single reject? This royal who turned his back? No, why can he not kill this freak? The sheep begins to form a smile on his face. A smile that the shepherd does not like. He keeps trying to wipe that smile off his face, but it keeps growing wider and wider. You utterly moronic son of a German bitch. Why are you smiling? The shepherd fails to realize how far the sheep has retreated back, but he cares not. He keeps pushing the enemy back further and further till he finally knocks the sheep to the ground, sending his weapon flying out of his hand. The shepherd slices the sheep's leg and he is brought to the ground. But the sheep is still smiling. In fact, he begins to laugh at the shepherd. Why are you laughing? He screams out. And then that's when the night air turns cold. Oh, it goes blood cold. The shepherd steps back in shock and his blood feels hot against his skin. He feels the moisture build up underneath and around his shirt and coat. He steps back and immediately loses his footing. And that's when he feels the pain. Oh, the pain is so great he can't speak. He feels blood fill his lungs as he begins to gasp for air. The raven then stands up, and by his side are a few hundred men, muskets still emitting heat from the volley that claimed the monster. The blue raven walks forward, his rifle in hand. He watches as his prey, despite choking on his blood, tries also desperately to crawl back behind the lines, but the prey realizes his men are retreating, ditching their cannons and guns in fear of the patriots that stand guard for this land. The prey looks and he is all alone with the enemy. No, he is alone with the devil, and that devil is the blue raven. He raises his hand up in an attempt to plead for life, but his bones are crushed by the foot of the bird of prey. The raven leans in as his prey is choking to death. You were the worst of the worst. You fought for an empire that sent you out to die. You claim you were the representative, but the people have spoken here today, and you're not people. No, you're not even a lobster. In fact, it's an insult to everyone I killed before to even consider you prey. No, you're a worm. A worm caught in the jaws of its maker. But even then I am sorry for what I did. And even now I forgive you. I forgive you just enough to not let you suffer. The raven aims his rifle and fires into the skull. He then falls back to the ground, his body finally giving up the ghost. His fellow countrymen pull him to his feet, and they begin the long road back to camp. Passage 11, New Friends, an Old Enemy to Come. It was morning when Raven awoke again. Unlike last time, he was not able to pull himself up. "You look like hell, kid," shouts a voice from his side. He looks over at the two men keeping an eye on him. He sees General Washington. He takes note of the fact that they look like hell as well. "You two don't look much better." Then Wolf responds, "Still better than you, kid." Then General Washington adds, "Last I checked, Wolf, we were not the ones who went on 2 death marches in a row. Your father would be proud." Raven. Raven from his bed looks at the general. "You knew him?" "I don't recall ever seeing you." Washington states, "You were but a boy back in those days. We served during the war together alongside Wolf and Shepherd." Raven looks to the roof of the tent. "Yeah, that bastard won't be going after anyone ever again. Thankfully that whole bloodline is gone, dead and buried." Wolf looks over with curiosity. "Wait, you're to tell me you killed his son?" Raven pushes himself into an upright position. It hurts a lot, but lying down was getting uncomfortable. "Aye, sir." He was his second in command. Wolf and Washington look at each other. While this revolution was far from over, they knew that the first strides have been taken. But there is more to come. This was just the start. George breaks the silence. "This war has already taken people of much greater significance than that boy. Whether out of revenge or a necessary evil, I have no doubt that he would have grown to become an even worse monster than the shepherd was. Today we will be considered a civil unrest, the cause of the British Civil War. But tomorrow we will be considered those who brought forth the American Revolution." Wolf then adds, "You have always had a way with words, George. If you wanted to, you could be king after all this is over." George then replies, "No, old friend, this country will be voted on by the common man and those they put in power. To have faith in one man to run the show is to insult what has been accomplished here today. We few have driven them back. And without a leader they are destined to flee back to Philly. In time we will retake it as well." Raven then speaks up. "Then I say we don't let the common man know of today. The tale of the shepherd should never be known. If we let the narrative be that of revenge, then we will be seen as the aggressive and blind. The shepherd and his son never existed. Are we in agreement?" Wolf looks over. "Aye. Today has been the bloodiest business I've ever had part in. George, if any tale is to be told of today, then it should be that of the Blue Raven, and how he redirected the 3,000 men we fought here last night. The shepherd, even in death, would be our ruin." George then chimes in. "Then let the last piece of evidence lie with you, boy. One of the men took that bastard's weapons. A flintlock pistol and his cavalry saber. These should belong to you, Raven. In your hands these tools might find some good in this world. Raven, to everyone's surprise, then stands up out of bed and struggles on his scouting outfit. He holsters his hatchet and straps his rifle to his back. Washington and Wolf are amazed that after everything he can stand. He looks at the two and takes a seat at the table. Sorry boys, doesn't feel right to be the only one out of uniform. He grabs the utility belt that holds the sword and pistol. On the hilt of both weapons are the engraving and metal structures of lions. One is gold, the other silver. A spare pocket holds rounds for the gun. I remember these weapons well. This gun was what put down my mother, the sword is what cut down my father. These weapons represented the empire he loved so dearly. These weapons are what he never wanted them to be. An empire of killing, an empire built on the backs of others. A place where to speak your mind is treason. Raven looks at the weapons as Wolf speaks up. The loyalty held during the previous war is to no one's fault. We all committed evil during that time. If you want to talk about a battle better left forgotten, I'd argue the Battle of Fort Susquehannock should be as well. Raven looks over with curiosity. Fort Susquehannock? I was there. What happened? Washington takes over the conversation. The old fort was originally an installation created by the natives. During the kick-off of the previous war, we took it over and forced the tribes out west. It makes sense that he would have kept his forces there. That man always took too much pride in his conquest. He held many foreign installations and equipped them to his liking after the victories. I remember the order myself. Kill all the tribals, take their goods. Obviously we followed orders. It was dark times that day was. Many men went to the blade that day. We were all there. Me, Wolf, your father, and obviously the shepherd. Raven looks at Washington. The man feels the air grow cold. As the last words left his mouth, the Raven was gone from his seat and to the general's side. The two men are in shock as they think to themselves that he's injured far beyond any man should even be able to stand, let alone pull off the feat of speed he just gained. But they are quick to remember that it's not a man they are speaking to. No, they are speaking to a raptor with a new set of wings. And he slams one down onto the table with rage strong enough to make both grown men jump out of their seats. All men are standing now. They look at each other till the Raven finally speaks. You're to tell me even in death the end result of the shepherd's handiwork still bears their wounds on this planet. Where is the tribe now? The words shout out the raptor's mouth with a taste of venom. The other two can feel rage emanating from the Raven. His silver eyes are well pronounced and his black hair with its single beaded braid, it was roaring like a lion's mane. The general looks at the bird. He takes his time and words out his next sentence carefully. We lost track once they left the area. I imagine they are but less than 30 miles from the fort out towards the frontier. There are small rumors from roamers that they have a small village. The events of the former and current affairs have left them disconnected from the rest of their confederation. Raven looks at George. His eyes don't leave his sight as he talked. Raven can hear the calculation in each word made by the general. What is this man hiding? Why is it this fort bugs him? If these actions were done under a different time and circumstances, then he doesn't care that it happened. But he does care about undoing every last thing the worm ever did. He looks at the man in front of him and he speaks. We will give them their fort back. The shepherd is gone and so should his consequence. The general simply replies. And who are you to make such a decision? You're not the current holder of the land. The patriots now own this place. The room grows colder and colder as each word leaves the man's mouth. It's during all this that Wolf can feel what is about to happen. The Raven is his father's son through and through. The man fought the order to take the fort. All while George viewed it as a solid land grab. They needed all three men's combined pull to convince the soldiers to defy the shepherd. When the father begged Wolf to help change Washington's mind, he was too scared to make a decision. And with that the battle took place. That night was the start to so many things. And the wolf at this moment feels like he's back at that point in time. He still remembers the screaming kids. The cries in languages he did not understand. He still remembers as all four men lead their individual regiments. Wolf held his men back and kept to the outskirts. He lied, claiming he was setting up to stop any reinforcement. In truth, he didn't want that blood on his soldiers' hands. He comes back to the moment as the Raven opens his mouth. Patriots don't take what isn't theirs. And that land belongs to our fellow countrymen that were driven out all those years ago. I'm giving them their fort back. I will undo the shepherd's handiwork. The general feels anger now. Who is this injured boy to tell a whole country what is to happen to a single fort? He thinks to himself. He keeps a calm composure despite the anger. The shepherd is dead, boy. His actions are already undone. Stand down. He says this with a touch of authority. And yet the Raven cares not. No, the Raven cares about his mission, and it's not over yet. He looks at the general and the look he gives is less than kind. Stand down? I'm not a soldier. And I don't take orders from you. You're in my home turf, general. And I care not for rank and file. I support the Patriots because they represent what my father wanted the British Crown to be. But even more importantly, I am death for those who tread my soil. I am death for those who intend to hurt my countrymen. Are you going to hurt my countrymen? The man known as Washington feels his blood boil as the lights dim from clouds moving overhead, sending what little outside light that floated into the tent into almost nothing. This boy is too much like his mother. That huntress was like Lilith incarcerated with a twist of a wild leopard stalking its prey. Washington recalls one fortnight when food was low and the men struggled to bring in fresh meat. It was a rare occasion when the father and wife were traveling together, long before the Raven. She set out in the dead of night and took to the trees. Her bow in hand she cleared out dozens of rabbits and beavers over the course of 2 nights. The night after that she claimed 2 wolves. Then the next an elk. And the very next after that she slayed a bear. All with a sense of wicked joy in taking life. That woman was more dangerous and deranged than any soldier he ever met. If the animals she killed, if the prey she often took for fun, and the most dangerous of games were to be stacked against any 12 men's body count, her kills would in one day beat what those 12 men could do in 3. And Washington can see that same urge to kill in the eyes of the boy that is staring right at him. And even more so the body and from screams that of the boy's father. The general always wondered what drew his friend to that witch, that she-devil. The man was that of a soldier's life, a man who sought order and rule among function. Yet he was drawn to that frontier girl. Washington and Wolf were there that night. The father met who would become the boy's mother. But a few months before the 7 Years' War, out in the woods they were not yet accustomed to, they found themselves lost. They wandered for a few days, little food on hand and no map. Then the girl landed from the trees like a cat leaping onto prey. She had mistaken them for the French, nearly putting an end to the father's life before she heard him speak English. A lass of German descent but grew up in the British colonies, an odd one, a dangerous one. And he is then brought back to the moment at the current place in time. The general thinks to himself that he could yell and have his men arrest the boy in seconds. But he looks at Wolf as if the other man already knew what he was thinking. He can already tell what Wolf would say if the situation allowed him to speak. In Wolf's voice, in the general's head, he can hear what he imagines his friend is thinking. He will not hesitate. George, don't give him a reason. We already saw what he is willing to do for this land. He won't view you any different than a redcoat. Don't do this, George. A single outdated fort built by tribals and retrofitted by an incompetent man is not worth it. Washington wants to avoid giving an inch in the matter. But he knows that the long game will have him win out in the end. It might not be today or even in the general's lifetime. But the colonies would grow and expand down south and out west regardless of if they won the war or not. Fine, he'll let Wolf send a few men to send word to the natives. The job here is done. In time the Congress will be relocating to a safer city. Raven looks at the general and says plainly, I will go send word myself. And it's best for your Congress to leave before any more of your lot tries to give my countrymen orders. It will become dangerous for their health. Raven storms out of the tent. He grabs a map from a table outside and mounts on horseback. He recalls the direction he was told the village is in. If the village is as close as estimated, the journey should only be a few hours. Some of Wolf's men see the Raven before they would have been too concerned to approach. But they have seen the man at his most mortal of points but a mere night ago and were no longer afraid. One of the men, a shorter, stocky-built man by the nickname of Cannon, speaks as they approach. No offense, kid, but you should be getting bed rest. Raven looks over at him. Not today. The fort I cleared out is finally getting handed back to the tribes. I'm off to deliver word. The second man out of the group of 3, a tall, lanky French man, talks. We shouldn't let you go off alone then. The tribals haven't been that friendly in the past years. You're in no condition to fight off their hunters if it comes to it. Raven has been going off pure anger and adrenaline. Yet he looks at his arm and his slashed leg. Not to mention he hasn't even gotten over the fever from the previous few nights. He looks and sees that all three are already on horseback when the third man of African descent speaks up with a deeper, older voice. You have done more in the past week than the whole camp has done in 3 months. Let us help. Raven looks at the man. I'm under no obligation to ask anyone for help. Much less from a man who is always in danger just by being in these colonies. Why risk your life more to help me? The older man simply says, we are all in danger in these colonies. It matters not if I'm the prime catch to certain individuals. No one is free under the crown. The bird looks at all the men he has avoided contact from others for so long. The bird of prey wishes he could forget, but he's not ignorant to his bloodline. He has never wanted to drag a colonist into the affairs of the crown. He never seeks to drag innocent life into his family's blood feud. But maybe, just maybe, he can begin to let people in. What's your names? Asks Raven. The stocky man shouts they call him Cannon, no need to ask why. The French man says his name is Pier. The older African says his name is Sigha. Sigha then follows up by saying, we are the camp rejects, we don't see action much, they prefer to keep us in the back. Pier then joins in and says, yeah, let us get out a little, will ya? Cannon then groans, Pier, I wouldn't make jokes in front of the raptor. Raven can almost feel himself laugh. Okay, you three, let's get moving. Passage 12, Trailblazing. The commander and the general watch as the 4 men take off down the trail, presumably to use the shallow end of the river to cross out west. Washington looks at Wolf and asks what should be done about the Raven. The current branch of the war is happening here in Penn's Woods on the Raven's turf, and the general knows the Raven will be watching every moment. He expresses how this bird of prey is too much of a wild card and how he could spell doom for any man who crosses him. Wolf, however, looks at his friend as if he just spoke of a suicide mission. Wolf reminds Washington that the Raven has spent several years living among his men, and none of the few hundred even got the chance to see him till just these past few hours. The bird in blue would never let them see him coming. No, he would crawl through the night and he would fly from into the void, only coming out to swallow a victim. Not to mention the fact Wolf doesn't believe the Raven is intent on going out on a hunt against them. He reminds Washington that he was the one who overstepped and not the Raven. It was foolish to think even the general could give that devil any form of orders. But with that, he reminds him that there is no form of protection against men like Raven. No, some men just want to watch something burn. The bird in question wants to watch that old world die. Washington takes in his friend's words. He then moves his thoughts to the friend that passed long ago. That damn fort, the damned shepherd. Even in death the memories forced by that bastard still ring too heavy. He remembers back when they were still British. He remembers how the father on the night in question led his forces to the left flank while George swooped right with his men. The father had no intent in making the battle bloody. He ordered his men to fire on the surroundings and to try to just scare the tribals out, doing all he could to make it look like a proper assault without killing. Then there was Washington, who was right next to the shepherd. He had no luxury of feigning an assault. The monster was watching Washington the whole time and forced Washington to the front. He can feel the anger and terror in those people's eyes to this day, both in the tribals he slayed and in the men who were given the order to do so. But yet so much that happened after is but a fog in his mind. Even the general has things he subconsciously blocks out. No matter how hard he tries, he can't recall more. He looks over at his friend and asks, "Wolf, what happened to Bull and his men? After the battle, that is." Wolf pauses at hearing the name. Bull, Bull. It was nothing more than a handle, but still, even hearing the father's nickname after so many years brings a rush of memories back to Wolf. He remembers the aftermath of the fort very well. He recalls watching the tribespeople running through the woods in various directions. There was no order in how they ran. Hundreds of men and women gone into the burning night. He from his viewpoint watched as Bull and his men broke off into the darkness after the tribespeople. Bull didn't return immediately. In fact, he was missing for several days. Yet he and the men came back fine and unharmed. Wolf recalls that many moons after that, Bull would finally tell him what happened. How he could not live with this war crime. He knew that those men and women all dispersed into the blind night didn't stand a chance. So Bull once again pretended to charge the enemy into the night to appear to disperse them further. Once his men were out of eye and earshot of the shepherd, he ordered his men to round up the survivors. Bull commanded over 1,000 men, so it was a simple thing. Once everyone was together, they marched outside of the border and into the first mile or so of the frontier, leaving the natives to rebuild safely. I don't know why he did it. I only promised him to keep it secret. Maybe it was guilt, possibly defiance, maybe he was just upholding his morals. I know not to the reason. I just know he did it for a reason. And to that end the two men began the long task of having the men pack up camp. It was time to head home, Wolf had thought to himself. Meanwhile, the bird of prey and his 3 new compatriots are out into the wilderness. He is busy thinking about the fact he only has this last thing to do and the work of the shepherd is gone. Raven was deep in thought when Sigha began talking. It's interesting finally riding alongside the ever-infamous raptor? Or do you prefer the term bird of prey? Raven looked over at the man and spoke. Whatever ghost stories you have heard around camp are just that, stories. I'm here for my own reasons, nothing more. Sigha then replies. Well then, what's in this revolution for you? Raven looks forward as he responds. There's nothing in it for me. I don't fight the same fight everyone else does. Sigha then looks forward as well as he opens up. Like the fight is the same for me either? No, I wish this war was as simple as bad taxes for me. Reality is I wouldn't stand chance in an English land. Nope, I'm fighting for the ever so slim chance to get out alive. Raven feels the weight of the man's words and offers a rebuttal. I imagine you have friends you want freed at some point. Sigha responds. I wish I could say such. No, I came here alone many years ago. I was captive down in the southern Keys. I broke free and hid on a trade ship. I have been here ever since. But you did not answer the question. The bird of prey stiffens up. He contemplates lying, but he can tell the older man would see through it. My father was a commander in the Royal Army, and my mother was a local huntress. They were cut down before the revolution. My father gave me a few tasks before he died, and I intend to carry them out. The older man takes in the words and asks a question. I imagine one of those involves the camp and that man you killed yesterday. The young lad then replies. A bastard that man was, but among other things I protect Wolf at all costs. Sigha is filled with intrigue. How does this aid in that endeavor? Raven responds saying that having the tribe's people back near Lancaster will serve as another layer between us and the British. That the Crown won't be able to pull off this strategy ever again with multiple factions in the area. Pier from the back of the line speaks up. Want that also put them closer to us. Cannon then replies, I think that's the point, Janet. Pier replies that he's no whit just concerned about the task at hand. But that's when Raven smells something. He almost thought it was the horses. But the smell kept feeling like it was floating in off the wind and not his immediate area. The smell is earthy mixed with game, but not one specific kind. The Raven regrets having this cold. Telling where the smell is coming from would normally be an easy task, but Sigha could smell it too. He stops his horse and so do the others. Why are we stopping? Asks Cannon. Sigha then replies that he thinks they have been made. And Raven is in agreement, holding his hands up in the air alongside Sigha. And that when Pier and Cannon realize that they have been followed since they left camp. The natives they have been looking for have been watching the group this whole time. The tribesmen, presumably hunters or scouts, surround the front of the men's horses, blocking the path. They held bows and some had spears. But one held their hand up. He spoke in English. What is your interest in our tribe? Raven looked at the native and spoke. We have land that belongs to you. We want to give it back. The men look at each other. They tell the group to follow them, but they will be watched and they will not wander out of sight. We will take you to the village elder. Passage 13, The Return to the Tribe. The four men followed the tribesmen through the dense forest, the sound of their horses' hooves muffled by the thick undergrowth. The air was heavy with tension, the weight of centuries pressing down on the shoulders of every man in the group. Raven, though battered and weary, kept his senses sharp. He knew that the stakes were high, not just for him, but for everyone who had fought and bled for the promise of something better. As they moved deeper into the wilderness, the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches intertwining like the arms of ancient sentinels guarding a secret that had been buried long before any of them were born. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures, but the men's thoughts were elsewhere, on the village that awaited them, and the people who had been pushed to the edge of oblivion by the relentless march of empire. Raven's mind wandered back to his father's words, the final instructions given with a dying breath. Protect Wolf. Protect those who still have a chance to live free. But as he looked at the men who rode with him, Cannon, Pier, Sigha, he realized that this mission was no longer just about fulfilling a promise made to a ghost. It was about forging a new path, one that could change the course of history for all of them. After what felt like hours, the forest began to thin, and the group emerged into a clearing. Before them stood the village, a collection of humble dwellings built from wood and earth, each structure blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Smoke curled lazily from the tops of the homes, carrying with it the scent of roasting game and herbs. The village was alive with the quiet hum of daily life, women tending to the fires, children playing with sticks, and elders gathered around a central fire, speaking in low tones that carried the weight of generations. The elder who had spoken to them earlier dismounted from his horse and gestured for the others to do the same. "Stay close," he instructed. "The elders will want to hear what you have to say, but trust is not easily earned." Raven nodded, his eyes scanning the village. He could feel the eyes of the villagers on him, their gazes heavy with suspicion and curiosity. He was an outsider, a stranger bearing promises that had been broken too many times before. But he was also a man on a mission that had brought him face to face with the consequences of his own actions. As they approached the central fire, a group of elders rose to greet them. The leader of the group, a man whose face was etched with the lines of 1,000 battles fought and lost, stepped forward. His eyes were sharp, his presence commanding. He spoke in a language that Raven did not understand, but the elder who had guided them translated. "You have come to return what was taken," the leader said, his voice carrying the weight of both hope and doubt. "But words are easy. Show us the proof of your intentions." Raven stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of the cavalry saber that had once belonged to the shepherd. "The fort you once called home, the place that was stolen from you, it has been cleansed of the blood that defiled it," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. "The man who took it from you, who brought death and destruction to your people, he is dead. His blood now stains this blade, and I return it to you as a symbol of my commitment to right the wrongs of the past." The leader's eyes flickered with recognition as he looked at the blade. He reached out and took it, his weathered hands gripping the hilt with a strength that belied his age. He examined the weapon, the weight of its history hanging heavy in the air. Finally, he nodded, and a murmur of approval rippled through the gathered elders. "You have done what few would dare," the leader said, his voice softer now. But the fort is not just stone and wood, it is a symbol of the pain that has been inflicted upon our people. To return it to us is to give us back a piece of our soul." Raven felt a sense of relief wash over him, but he knew that the work was far from finished. "The fort is yours," he said. "But more than that, I offer you an alliance. The British will not stop until they have crushed all resistance. But together, we can stand against them. We can forge a new path, one that honors the past while fighting for the future." The leader looked at Raven, his eyes narrowing as he considered the offer. "You speak of alliances, but trust is not given lightly," he said. "Prove to us that you are different from those who came before. Prove that your words are more than just the wind." Raven met the leader's gaze, his silver eyes reflecting the firelight. "I will prove it," he vowed. "Not with words, but with deeds. Let this be the first step towards something greater." The leader nodded slowly, and the tension in the air seemed to ease. "We will see," he said. "For now, you are welcome among us. But remember, trust must be earned." Raven nodded, understanding the gravity of the promise he had made. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the village, he knew that the road ahead would be long and fraught with danger. But for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of hope that, with new allies by his side, he could finally begin to build the future that his father had dreamed of, and that he himself had fought so hard to protect. Nightfall had come swiftly, blanketing the village in a heavy silence. The fires burned low, their embers glowing faintly in the dark, casting shadows that danced along the ground like restless spirits. The elders had retreated to their homes, and the village settled into the quiet rhythm of sleep. But Raven was wide awake, his mind churning with thoughts that refused to let him rest. He stood at the edge of the clearing, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the fort lay hidden beyond the trees. It was strange to think that a place once filled with so much pain could now be a symbol of hope. But even as the villagers accepted his offer, Raven knew that trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the smallest of missteps. As he stood there, lost in his thoughts, he felt a presence beside him. It was Sigha, the older man who had accompanied him on this journey, his dark eyes reflecting the faint light of the moon. "Can't sleep?" Sigha asked, his voice low and calm. Raven shook his head. "Too much on my mind," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Sigha nodded, understanding. "The past has a way of haunting us," he said. "No matter how far we run, it's always just a step behind, waiting to catch up." Raven looked at him, surprised by the depth of his words. "You speak as if you know," he said. Sigha smiled faintly. "I do. We all carry our ghosts, Raven. Some are just heavier than others." "You've done more than most would have," Sigha replied. "But the journey's not over yet. The British will come for us, and when they do, we'll need more than just promises to keep them at bay." Raven nodded, the weight of Sigha's words settling over him like a heavy cloak. "I know," he said quietly. "But it's not just the British I'm worried about." Sigha raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Raven hesitated, his eyes flickering back to the shadows that clung to the trees. "There's something else," he admitted. "Something I haven't told anyone." Raven nodded, the weight of Sigha's words settling over him like a heavy cloak. "I know," he said quietly. "But it's not just the British I'm worried about." Sigha looked at him, a questioning expression on his face. "What else could be out there, Raven? We've faced the worst they can throw at us." Raven shook his head, his gaze distant. "It's not about what's out there," he replied, his voice heavy with a burden that Sigha could sense but not fully understand. "It's about what's in here." He tapped his chest lightly, his hand hovering over his heart. Sigha's expression softened with understanding. "The past," he said quietly. Raven nodded. "The past, it doesn't just disappear. It clings to you, like shadows that grow longer as the light fades. I've done things I can't undo, no matter how hard I try. And those things, they have a way of catching up with you, of reminding you who you really are." Sigha was silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire. "We all have our ghosts," he said finally. "But they don't define us, Raven. It's what we do now, in the present, that matters." Raven looked at Sigha, his eyes searching the older man's face for something, perhaps reassurance, perhaps understanding. "But what if those ghosts are what made me who I am?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if I'm nothing without them?" Sigha shook his head slowly. "You're more than your past, Raven. You're more than the things you've done. You've survived, you've fought, and you've protected those who couldn't protect themselves. That's who you are." Raven sighed, the weight of Sigha's words pressing down on him like a heavy blanket. "I want to believe that," he admitted. "But sometimes, it feels like the only thing keeping me going is the fight. The war. Without it, I don't know who I'd be." Sigha placed a hand on Raven's shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. "You'd still be the man who fights for what's right," he said. "You'd still be the man who stands up for those who can't stand up for themselves. The fight doesn't define you, Raven. It's just what you do. Who you are, that's something much deeper." Raven looked at Sigha, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Maybe you're right," he said softly. "Maybe when this is all over, I'll finally figure out who that is." Sigha nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "You will. And when that time comes, you won't be alone. You have friends now, allies. We'll stand by you, no matter what." Raven managed a faint smile in return. "Thank you, Sigha. That means more than you know." The two men stood in silence for a moment, the crackling of the fire the only sound in the quiet night. Raven felt a sense of peace begin to settle over him, a feeling he hadn't known in a long time. The shadows of the past were still there, but they seemed a little less daunting now, a little less powerful. For the first time in what felt like forever, Raven allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was a future beyond the fight. A future where he could lay down his weapons, where he could be something more than the sum of his battles. A future where the ghosts of the past no longer held him captive. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Raven took a deep breath, letting it fill his lungs with the cool, clean air of the new day. He wasn't there yet, but he was on the path. And for now, that was enough. Passage 14. The Departure. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft golden light over the village as the tribe gathered to bid farewell to their guests. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees as Raven, Sigha, Cannon, and Pier prepared to depart. The night had been long, filled with discussions around the central fire, plans made and promises exchanged. The elders had listened to Raven's words, their weathered faces inscrutable, but in the end, they had agreed to the alliance. The fort would be theirs once more, and with it, a fragile hope for a future where their people could live in peace. Raven stood at the edge of the clearing, his horse's reins in hand, his eyes scanning the faces of the villagers who had come to see them off. He felt a strange mix of emotions: relief that the first step had been taken, but also a deep unease, a sense that the journey ahead would be even more treacherous than what they had already faced. Sigha approached him, his own horse already saddled. "You did well, Raven," he said, his voice low and reassuring. "This is a good step forward." Raven nodded, though he couldn't quite shake the feeling of uncertainty that gnawed at him. "I hope so," he replied. "But there's still so much to do. The British won't stop coming, and this alliance, it's fragile." Sigha placed a hand on Raven's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "All alliances are fragile, but they're stronger than standing alone. We'll face whatever comes, together." Raven met Sigha's gaze, appreciating the older man's steady presence. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "For everything." Sigha gave a small nod, then turned to mount his horse. "Let's get back to camp. Wolf and Washington will be eager to hear how things went." As the others mounted their horses, the village elder approached Raven, his expression serious but not unkind. He held out a small, intricately carved wooden talisman, its surface adorned with symbols that Raven did not recognize. "Take this," the elder said, his voice resonating with quiet authority. "It is a token of our trust, and a reminder of the bond we have forged here. Keep it close, and may it guide you on the path ahead." Raven accepted the talisman with a bow of gratitude. "I will," he promised. "And I won't forget what we've started here." The elder gave a solemn nod. "The road will be difficult, but you are not alone. Our people will remember your words, and we will stand ready when the time comes." Raven tucked the talisman into his coat, feeling its weight against his chest. "Until we meet again," he said. With that, the four men turned their horses toward the path that would lead them back to camp. The villagers watched in silence as they rode out of the clearing, their figures gradually disappearing into the dense forest. The journey back was a quiet one, each man lost in his own thoughts as they navigated the familiar trails. The forest, once filled with the sounds of their passage, now seemed to embrace them in a hushed stillness, as if the very land was holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. As they rode, Raven found himself glancing at the talisman every so often, its presence a comforting reminder of the bond they had forged with the tribe. But it was also a reminder of the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders, a responsibility to protect, to lead, and to ensure that the promises made in the light of the fire were kept. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth gradually dispelling the chill of the morning. The path ahead was long, the challenges many, but for the first time in a long while, Raven felt a sense of purpose that went beyond the immediate fight. There was something worth fighting for, something that transcended the battles of the present, something that could shape the future. By the time they reached the outskirts of the camp, the sun was high in the sky, its rays cutting through the canopy of trees like blades of light. The camp was alive with activity, soldiers moving about with a sense of urgency as preparations for the next phase of the war were underway. But as Raven and his companions rode into the clearing, all eyes turned to them, curiosity and expectation evident on every face. Wolf was the first to approach, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. "You made it back," he said, clapping Raven on the shoulder. "What news?" Raven dismounted, handing his horse's reins to a nearby soldier. "The fort is theirs," he said simply. "And we have their support." Wolf's eyes widened slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Well done," he said, nodding his approval. "That's one less front we'll have to worry about." Washington joined them, his gaze sharp as he took in Raven's weary but determined expression. "And the tribe? They'll stand with us." Raven nodded. "They will. But we need to move carefully. The British won't be pleased when they find out." Washington's face hardened. "They won't get the chance," he said. "We'll strike first, and we'll strike hard. The time for caution is over." Raven felt a surge of anger rise within him, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. He had been holding back ever since their tense discussion in the tent, but now it all came rushing back: the frustration, the mistrust, the sense that Washington was playing a game with lives that weren't his to gamble. He took a step closer to Washington, his voice low but edged with barely controlled fury. "And what exactly do you think that's going to accomplish, General?" he demanded. "Charging in without thinking, without weighing the cost? You're just trying to get us all killed, us, the tribes, everyone." Washington turned to face Raven fully, his eyes narrowing. "We're at war, Raven. People are going to die. Yes, but they don't have to die because of your recklessness." Raven snapped, cutting him off. "You think striking first will win us the day? You think we can just barrel through the British like they're nothing? All you're doing is setting us up for a slaughter. The tribes just agreed to help us, and now you want to drag them into your bloodbath." Washington's jaw tightened, his face a mask of cold determination. "We don't have the luxury of time. The British are already moving, and if we don't hit them first, they'll crush us." "You're not listening," Raven shouted, the anger in his voice rising. "I was there, Washington. I saw what your so-called strategy did at the fort. You pushed too hard, and innocent people paid the price. And now you want to do the same thing all over again." The tension between the two men crackled in the air like lightning about to strike. Raven's eyes burned with a mixture of anger and betrayal. He remembered the argument over the fort, how Washington had been willing to sacrifice everything in the name of victory, how he had dismissed the lives of the tribe's people as if they were nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. "You think you're doing what's best for this new nation," Raven continued, his voice dripping with scorn. "But all I see is a man who's so obsessed with winning that he's lost sight of what we're fighting for. You're willing to throw away our lives, the lives of our allies just to satisfy your thirst for victory. But victory at what cost, Washington? At what cost?" Washington's face was stone, but Raven could see the flicker of something doubt, perhaps, or recognition of the truth in his words. The general's silence only fueled Raven's anger further. "This isn't just about strategy," Raven pressed on, his voice shaking with emotion. "This is about people who are trusting us to lead them, to protect them. The tribes didn't join us to be cannon fodder in your grand plans. They joined us because they believe in what we're trying to build, a future where they can live without fear, where they can reclaim what was taken from them." Washington's eyes softened, just a fraction, but his tone remained firm. "I'm trying to secure that future, Raven. Every decision I make is with that goal in mind." "Then start acting like it," Raven shot back, his voice fierce. "Start thinking about the lives you're putting on the line, about the consequences of your actions. We don't need to strike first to win this war. We need to be smart, to be patient. Rushing into battle is what they expect. We can't afford to play into their hands." There was a long, tense silence as the two men stared each other down, the weight of their shared history and the burden of leadership hanging heavy between them. Raven could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the raw emotion coursing through him like wildfire. He wanted Washington to see, to understand that this war was about more than just winning. It was about preserving the very principles they claimed to be fighting for. Finally, Washington let out a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "You're right," he said, his voice quieter now, almost reluctant. "I've been thinking like a soldier, not like a leader. We can't afford to be reckless. Not now." Raven didn't respond immediately, the anger still simmering beneath the surface. But he could see the change in Washington, the way the general's eyes had lost some of their hard edge. It wasn't a complete victory, but it was something, a sign that maybe, just maybe, Washington was beginning to understand. "We need to be strategic," Raven said, his voice steadying. "We need to protect our allies, not use them as pawns. If we're going to win this war, it has to be on our terms, not theirs." Washington nodded slowly, a gesture of reluctant agreement. "We'll regroup, reconsider our approach," he said. "We'll do this the right way." Raven didn't trust himself to say more. He simply turned away, walking toward his horse, the weight of the argument still heavy on his mind. He had spoken his piece, and for now, that would have to be enough. But as he mounted his horse and looked out over the camp, he couldn't shake the feeling that the road ahead was only going to get more difficult. The fight wasn't just against the British, it was against the very instincts that had driven men like Washington for so long. And if they were going to survive, if they were going to build something lasting, they would have to find a way to overcome those instincts, to lead not with brute force, but with wisdom and care. As the camp settled into its rhythm, preparing for whatever lay ahead, Raven tightened his grip on the reins, his resolve hardening. The battle was far from over, and he would be ready for whatever came next. Passage 15, The Battle Within. The camp was alive with activity, soldiers moving about with a sense of urgency as they prepared for whatever was to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the encampment, but Raven's mind was elsewhere. He had retreated to a secluded spot near the edge of the camp, away from the noise and the eyes of the men, needing space to think, to wrestle with the storm inside him. His confrontation with Washington had left him unsettled, the anger still simmering just below the surface. He had expected resistance, but the intensity of his own emotions had caught him off guard. He had always been the one to keep a cool head, to stay focused on the task at hand, but now everything felt raw, exposed. The memories of the fort, of the lives lost in the name of strategy, played over and over in his mind like a relentless drumbeat. He could still see the faces of the tribespeople, the fear and pain in their eyes as they were driven from their land, sacrificed on the altar of a war they had never asked for. And the worst part was that it wasn't just the British he blamed, it was men like Washington, men who saw lives as expendable, as pieces to be moved on a battlefield. Raven crouched down, his fingers digging into the earth, trying to ground himself in the present. But the past clung to him, its grip tight and unyielding. He had vowed to protect, to fight for something better, but how could he do that when the very people he was supposed to stand with were making the same mistakes as the enemy? He thought of his father, of the lessons learned at his side. His father had believed in honor, in fighting for what was right, even when the odds were stacked against them. But what would his father say now? What would he think of the choices Raven had made, the path he had chosen? The weight of it all pressed down on him, and for a moment, he felt lost in the memories, in the conflicting loyalties, in the fear that he was becoming the very thing he despised. The anger that had driven him moments ago now turned inward, gnawing at him, leaving him hollow. A rustle of leaves broke through his thoughts, and he looked up to see Sigha approaching, his expression one of quiet concern. The older man had a way of sensing when something was wrong, and now was no different. He stopped a few paces away, giving Raven space but also making it clear that he was there if needed. "You're still angry," Sigha said softly, more a statement than a question. Raven nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Sigha didn't push. He simply sat down beside Raven, the two of them staring out at the forest beyond the camp, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. After a long silence, Raven finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "I don't know if I can keep doing this, Sigha. Fighting for something I'm not even sure I believe in anymore." Sigha turned to look at him, his eyes filled with understanding. "What is it you're questioning, Raven? The cause, or the people leading it?" Raven sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "Both, I think," he admitted. "I started this fight because I believed in what we were trying to build, a world where people could live free, where they didn't have to fear men like the shepherd. But now, I'm not so sure. Washington, Wolf, they're not the enemy, but sometimes it feels like they're not much better. They're willing to sacrifice everything, everyone, just to win." Sigha nodded slowly. "War has a way of changing people, of making them see the world in black and white. But you, Raven, you've always seen the shades of gray. That's why this is hitting you so hard. You're trying to hold on to your humanity in a world that's trying to strip it away." Raven looked at Sigha, grateful for his words, but still feeling the weight of doubt pressing down on him. "How do I do that, Sigha? How do I keep fighting without losing myself in the process?" Sigha considered the question for a moment before speaking. "You remember why you started this fight in the first place? You remember the faces of the people you've helped, the lives you've saved. And you remember that you're not alone in this. You have allies, friends, who believe in you, who will stand by you no matter what." Raven felt a lump rise in his throat, the emotion of the moment nearly overwhelming him. "I'm afraid, Sigha," he admitted, his voice trembling. "I'm afraid of becoming like them, of losing sight of what matters." Sigha placed a comforting hand on Raven's shoulder. "That fear is what will keep you grounded, what will keep you from losing yourself. As long as you hold on to that, as long as you remember who you are and why you fight, you'll find your way." Raven nodded, the words sinking in, offering a lifeline in the midst of the turmoil. He wasn't sure if he believed it fully, but it was something to hold on to, something to keep him from slipping into the darkness that threatened to consume him. The two men sat in silence for a while longer, the sky darkening as the sun dipped below the horizon. The camp was still bustling with activity, but out here, on the edge of the forest, it felt like they were in a different world, one where the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future didn't press so heavily on their shoulders. Finally, Raven stood, his resolve renewed, if only slightly. "Thank you, Sigha," he said quietly, "for reminding me what matters." Sigha smiled, a warm, reassuring expression. "Anytime, Raven. We're in this together, remember?" Raven nodded, the words a balm to his troubled soul. As he turned to head back to camp, he felt a sense of clarity, of purpose. The road ahead would be difficult, he knew that. But he also knew that he wasn't walking it alone. And for now, that was enough. Passage 16, the final march. The morning sun broke through the trees, casting long beams of light across the camp as the soldiers began their final preparations. The air was filled with the sounds of men packing supplies, checking their weapons, and saddling horses. The once bustling camp at Wright's Ferry was now a hive of activity, but this time, the energy was different. There was a sense of urgency, of anticipation. The time had come to return to the main camp on the outskirts of Lancaster City, and everyone knew that the march ahead would be crucial. Raven stood at the edge of the camp, watching as the men moved with purpose. He had been up before dawn, unable to sleep, his mind still restless after the conversation with Sigha the night before. The weight of the coming journey pressed on him, but there was a determination in his heart, a resolve to see this through, no matter the cost. Wolf approached him, his presence as solid and reassuring as always. "We're just about ready to move out," he said, his voice gruff but steady. 3 days to Lancaster. We'll need to keep our wits about us. No telling what the British have planned." Raven nodded, his eyes scanning the camp. "We'll be ready," he replied. "But we need to stay alert. The British won't let us reach Lancaster without a fight." Wolf grunted in agreement. "That's why we're taking a different route," he said. "We'll avoid the main roads, stick to the forest trails. It'll be slower, but we'll have the advantage if they try to ambush us." Raven appreciated Wolf's cautious approach, knowing that the man's experience in these woods was invaluable. "Good," he said. "We can't afford any unnecessary risks." As they spoke, Washington joined them, his face set in a serious expression. "The men are ready," he announced. "We leave within the hour." Raven glanced at the general, their earlier confrontation still fresh in his mind. But now wasn't the time for lingering tensions. They had a mission to complete, and personal grievances would have to wait. Washington seemed to sense the unspoken truce and offered a curt nod. "We'll need to stay focused," he said. "The British will be looking for any sign of us. If we keep a tight formation and move quickly, we can make it to Lancaster without drawing too much attention." Raven simply nodded in response, his thoughts already on the march ahead. The path they had chosen was treacherous, the forest dense and filled with potential dangers. But it was their best chance of reaching the city in one piece. As the final preparations were made, Raven took a moment to check his own gear. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, the hatchet secured at his side. The blood-stained rose on his coat had dried, the darkened red a grim reminder of the battles fought and the ones still to come. He could feel the weight of the talisman the Elder had given him, a small but powerful reminder of the alliance they had forged. The camp began to stir as the men formed into ranks, the horses lined up and ready. Raven spotted Sigha, Cannon, and Pier among the group, their faces set with determination. They had become more than just comrades, they were a team, forged in the fires of battle, bound by the shared struggle for something greater than themselves. Wolf moved to the front of the line, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the men. "Listen up," he barked, his tone commanding. "We're heading out in 10. Keep your eyes sharp and your ears open. We're moving through the woods, so stay in formation and don't stray from the group. We make camp by nightfall, and we march until we reach Lancaster." There was a collective murmur of agreement, the men falling into their roles with the discipline that had been drilled into them. As they began to move, the camp that had been their home for the past weeks quickly disappeared behind them, swallowed by the forest as they made their way along the narrow, winding trails. The march was grueling, the uneven terrain and thick underbrush making every step a challenge. The forest was dense, the trees towering above them, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The path was narrow, forcing the men to move in a single file, their pace slowed by the need to navigate around fallen logs and treacherous roots. But the men moved with a quiet determination, their focus on the task at hand. There was little conversation, the only sounds the rustle of leaves underfoot and the occasional call of a distant bird. Raven kept his eyes on the trail ahead, his senses alert for any sign of movement, any hint that they were being watched. As the hours passed, the sun climbed higher in the sky, the heat adding to the fatigue that was beginning to set in. They stopped only briefly to drink from their canteens and eat a quick meal of dried meat and bread. The breaks were short, just enough to catch their breath before continuing on. By the time the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Raven could feel the strain in his legs, the exhaustion creeping into his bones. But they pressed on, knowing that every step brought them closer to their destination. As night began to fall, Wolf called for them to make camp in a small clearing surrounded by thick trees. The men set up their tents quickly, their movements practiced and efficient. Fires were lit, the flickering flames casting a warm glow over the tired faces of the soldiers as they settled in for the night. Raven sat by the fire, staring into the flames as he allowed himself a moment of rest. His mind was still buzzing with thoughts of the journey ahead, of the battles yet to be fought. But for now, he was grateful for the quiet, for the brief respite from the weight of responsibility that had been his constant companion. Sigha joined him by the fire, offering a small smile as he handed Raven a piece of bread. "Eat," he said. "You'll need your strength for tomorrow." Raven accepted the bread with a nod, chewing slowly as he watched the fire crackle and pop. "It's going to be a long march," he said quietly. Sigha nodded in agreement. "But we'll make it," he said. "We've come this far. We can't turn back now." Raven glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "No, we can't," he agreed. "We just have to keep moving forward." As the fire burned low and the camp settled into an uneasy sleep, Raven lay back on the hard ground, staring up at the stars that peeked through the gaps in the trees. The path ahead was uncertain, the future fraught with danger, but he knew they were on the right course. The road to Lancaster would be difficult, but they would face it together. And when they arrived, they would be ready for whatever came next. Passage 17, Through the Wilderness. The first light of dawn broke through the thick canopy of trees, casting a muted glow over the makeshift camp. The men stirred awake, the sounds of groaning and stretching mingling with the distant calls of birds. Raven was already up, his senses sharp despite the restless night. He had been on edge, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig jolting him back to full alertness. The wilderness was both a sanctuary and a danger, and Raven knew better than to let his guard down. Wolf moved through the camp, his presence commanding as he barked orders. "Pack it up, men. We've got 2 more days to Lancaster, and I don't want us sitting ducks in this forest any longer than we have to." The soldiers responded quickly, breaking down tents and stowing their gear with practiced efficiency. The fire pits were extinguished, the last embers stamped out as the men readied themselves for another grueling day on the march. Raven stood at the edge of the clearing, his eyes scanning the dense forest ahead. The path they had chosen was far from easy, but it was the safest route they could take. The main roads were too exposed, too likely to be watched by British scouts. Here, in the thick of the wilderness, they had the advantage of cover, but it also meant they were more isolated, with no room for error. Sigha approached him, his movements quiet and deliberate. "How are you holding up?" he asked, his voice low so as not to disturb the morning calm. Raven nodded, though his expression remained tense. "I'm fine. Just trying to stay focused. We're getting close, but that's when things get dangerous." Sigha gave a small, understanding nod. "We've made it this far. We'll see it through." Raven appreciated Sigha's steady presence. The older man had a way of grounding him, of reminding him that he wasn't alone in this. "I know," Raven replied. "But I can't shake the feeling that something's waiting for us out there." Sigha's eyes flickered with concern, but he didn't press the issue. He knew Raven well enough to trust his instincts. "We'll keep our eyes open," he said. "No surprises." By the time the camp was fully packed and the men were ready to move, the sun had climbed higher, casting dappled light through the trees. The air was cool, but there was a heaviness to it, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Raven took his place near the front of the column, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The march resumed, the men moving in single file along the narrow trail. The forest was thick here, the underbrush dense and unforgiving. Every step was a careful negotiation with the terrain, the ground uneven and littered with roots and rocks. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the distant call of a bird. As the hours passed, the trail became more treacherous. The trees grew closer together, their branches interlocking above, blocking out much of the sunlight. The air was cooler here, damp with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. It felt as if they were descending deeper into the heart of the wilderness, away from the world they knew and into something older, more primal. Raven's senses were on high alert, every sound magnified in the quiet. He could feel the tension in the men around him, the way they moved with heightened caution, their eyes darting to every shadow. They were deep in enemy territory now, and everyone knew it. The sun was just beginning its descent when they reached a particularly dense part of the forest. The trail here was barely visible, overgrown with thick vegetation. Wolf called for a halt, his voice low but authoritative. "We'll take a short break here," he said. "Keep it quiet, and stay close." The men gratefully sank to the ground, pulling out canteens and small rations. There was no fire this time, just a quick rest to catch their breath before they pressed on. Raven leaned against a tree, his mind racing with thoughts of the journey ahead. They were making progress, but every step brought them closer to Lancaster and closer to whatever the British had in store. As they rested, a soft rustling in the underbrush caught Raven's attention. His hand instinctively went to his hatchet, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the area. The others noticed his sudden alertness, their own hands moving to their weapons. "Raven, what is it?" Sigha whispered, his voice barely audible. Raven didn't respond immediately, his eyes locked on the spot where the noise had come from. He waited, his breath held, listening intently. The forest was still, unnaturally so, as if the very trees were holding their breath alongside him. Then, without warning, a deer burst from the underbrush, its eyes wide with panic as it darted across the trail and disappeared into the forest. The men relaxed, a collective sigh of relief passing through them. "Just a deer," Cannon muttered, shaking his head. "We're all too jumpy." Raven didn't relax, though. The deer's sudden appearance, its frantic flight, it didn't feel right. Something had spooked it, something more than just their presence. "We need to move," Raven said, his voice tense. "Now." Wolf didn't question him. He had learned to trust Raven's instincts, especially when it came to the wilderness. "You heard him," he said to the men. "Pack it up. We move out." The break was over almost as soon as it had begun. The men quickly gathered their things, the air of tension thickening as they resumed their march. Raven took the lead this time, his eyes scanning the path ahead with renewed vigilance. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees pressing closer, the underbrush growing thicker. The sense of unease grew with every step. The afternoon wore on, the light beginning to fade as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The shadows lengthened, casting eerie shapes across the trail. The men were silent, their senses attuned to every sound, every movement. The march was grueling, the terrain difficult, but no one complained. They all felt it, the sense that something was watching, waiting. As dusk settled in, Wolf called for them to make camp in a small clearing they had found. The men moved quickly, setting up a perimeter as they pitched their tents and prepared for the night. This time, there would be no fires, no bright lights to give away their position. They would rely on the darkness to keep them hidden. Raven stayed on the edge of the clearing, his eyes fixed on the darkening forest. His instincts were screaming at him that something wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The forest was too quiet, too still, as if the very land was holding its breath in anticipation. Sigha approached him, his movements careful and deliberate. "You think something's out there?" he asked, his voice low. Raven nodded, his eyes never leaving the tree line. "I don't know what, but yes. Something's not right." Sigha was silent for a moment, his gaze following Raven's. "We'll keep watch," he said finally. "Make sure nothing catches us off guard." Raven appreciated the reassurance, but the unease gnawed at him. "I'll take the first watch," he said. "I won't be able to sleep anyway." Sigha nodded in agreement, clapping Raven on the shoulder before moving to help the others set up camp. As night fully descended, the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, the men resting but never fully letting their guard down. Raven took his position at the edge of the clearing, his hatchet in hand, his eyes scanning the darkness. The forest was a place he knew well, a place where he had found both refuge and danger. But tonight, it felt different, as if the shadows themselves were alive, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. The hours passed slowly, each minute dragging by as Raven kept his vigil. The night was thick with tension, the air heavy and oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, set his nerves on edge. But nothing came. The forest remained still, the darkness unbroken. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Raven allowed himself a moment to breathe, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. The night had passed without incident, but the sense of unease lingered. Wolf approached him, his expression tired but resolute. "We're breaking camp," he said. "One more day, and we'll be at Lancaster." Raven nodded, standing from his post. The final day of their march was upon them, and they would need every ounce of strength and focus to reach their destination. The road ahead was uncertain, but there was no turning back now. As the camp began to stir, the men packing up their gear for the final push, Raven couldn't shake the feeling that the real danger was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. But whatever came, he would face it head on. They were almost there, and he would see this through to the end. The final march to Lancaster had begun. The forest began to thin as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the trees giving way to rolling hills and patches of open land. The air was warmer here, the scent of earth and grass replacing the damp, musty smell of the deep woods. They were close now, so close that Raven could almost see the outskirts of Lancaster in his mind's eye. The thought of returning, of regrouping with the rest of their forces, was a balm to the exhaustion that weighed on him. The march had been long and grueling, but the sight of the open land ahead brought a renewed energy to the men. The tension that had hung over them for days began to lift, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism. They had made it this far, through the wilderness and the constant threat of British patrols, and now they were almost home. Wolf rode up beside Raven, his horse moving at a steady pace. "We'll be there by midday if we keep up this pace," he said, his voice steady but tinged with the same relief Raven felt. "The city's just over that ridge." Raven nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. "We need to stay sharp," he warned. "The closer we get, the more likely they'll try to stop us." Wolf grunted in agreement, his gaze hardening. "I've already sent scouts ahead. If the British are lying in wait, we'll know soon enough." They continued to press forward, the men moving with renewed determination. The sun was nearly at its peak when they began the climb up the final ridge that separated them from the outskirts of Lancaster. The path was steeper here, the ground rocky and uneven, but they pushed on, driven by the promise of safety just beyond the crest. As they neared the top of the ridge, Raven felt a strange prickle of unease along the back of his neck. The feeling he had carried with him through the forest, the sense that something was watching, waiting, returned with a sudden intensity. He slowed his pace, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the surroundings. "Something's wrong," Raven muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Sigha, who had been riding close by, caught the shift in Raven's demeanor. "What is it?" he asked, his hand instinctively moving to his weapon. Raven didn't answer immediately, his senses on high alert. The ridge ahead loomed large, the path narrowing as it wound its way upward. The trees here were sparser, offering less cover, and the land beyond the ridge was hidden from view. It was the perfect place for an ambush. "We need to spread out," Raven said quickly, his voice tight with urgency. "Stay low, and keep your eyes on the tree line." Wolf, catching the tension in Raven's voice, immediately relayed the order to the rest of the men. The column began to shift, the soldiers fanning out, their movements cautious as they approached the top of the ridge. The air was thick with anticipation, every step fraught with the possibility of danger. They were almost at the crest when the first musket shot rang out, echoing across the hillside like a thunderclap. Raven barely had time to react before the air was filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. The men around him dropped to the ground, scrambling for cover as bullets whizzed past, kicking up dirt and rocks in their wake. Ambush! Wolf's voice boomed out, a rallying cry that was quickly lost in the chaos. Raven dove behind a large boulder, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to make sense of the sudden attack. The British had been waiting for them, hidden just beyond the ridge, and now they were firing down on the exposed column with ruthless precision. He could hear the shouts of his comrades, the frantic orders as the men tried to regroup and return fire. But the terrain was against them. The steep slope offered little in the way of cover, and the British had the high ground. Raven risked a glance over the top of the boulder, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the flashes of red coats among the trees at the top of the ridge. They were well positioned, their muskets aimed down at the scrambling soldiers below. "Damn it," Raven hissed, his mind racing as he tried to formulate a plan. They were pinned down, caught in a deadly crossfire with no easy way out. Sigha slid in beside him, his expression grim. "We need to break through," he said urgently. "If we stay here, they'll pick us off one by one." Raven nodded, his jaw clenched. "We need to get to the top of the ridge. It's our only chance." Wolf was already barking orders, trying to rally the men, but the British fire was relentless. The narrow path was a killing field, and the soldiers were struggling to find any advantage. "We'll have to split up," Raven decided, his voice sharp with determination. "Sigha, you take half the men and swing around to the right. I'll take the left. We hit them from both sides and force them to fall back." Sigha nodded, already moving to relay the orders. Raven turned to Wolf, who was still directing the men, his face set in a fierce scowl. "Wolf, we need to push forward," Raven called out. "We can't let them pin us down here." Wolf met his gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. "You heard him," Wolf bellowed to the men. "Split into two groups. We'll drive them back." The soldiers began to move, their fear replaced by the adrenaline of battle. Raven led his group to the left, his movements swift and purposeful as they flanked the ridge. The gunfire continued to rain down on them, but Raven pushed forward, his heart pounding with the urgency of the situation. They reached the base of the ridge, the ground steep and treacherous, but there was no time to hesitate. Raven scrambled up the slope, his hands gripping at roots and rocks as he pulled himself upward. The sound of musket fire was deafening, but he blocked it out, his focus on reaching the top. Behind him, the men followed, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they fought their way up the hill. The British were still firing, but the sudden movement on both flanks had caught them off guard, their shots becoming more sporadic as they tried to adjust their aim. Raven's muscles burned with the effort, but he kept going, his mind fixed on the objective. The top of the ridge was just within reach, the trees thinning as he neared the crest. But as he pulled himself over the edge, a cold dread filled him. The British weren't retreating, they were waiting, their bayonets gleaming in the harsh sunlight, ready to meet the advancing patriots with cold steel. Raven barely had time to shout a warning before they charged, their war cries piercing the air as they descended on the men like wolves on prey. The battle had truly begun. Passage 18, The Bloody Ridge. Raven barely had time to register the gleaming bayonets before the British soldiers were upon them, their battle cries slicing through the air like the weapons they wielded. The sudden charge caught the Patriots off guard, and for a heartbeat, Raven saw the fear flash in the eyes of the men around him. But there was no time for fear, only for survival. "Hold the line!" Raven bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos as he drew his hatchet. The men rallied to his call, their resolve hardening as the British forces closed in. The narrow ridge became a boiling cauldron of violence, the clash of steel against steel ringing out as the two sides met in a brutal, close-quarters struggle. Raven's world narrowed to the immediate, to the flashes of red and blue, the blur of movement as he ducked a bayonet thrust and drove his hatchet into the side of a British soldier. Blood sprayed across the rocky ground, and the man crumpled, his weapon clattering uselessly beside him. But there was no time to dwell on the kill. Another soldier was already on Raven, his musket raised like a club. Raven parried the blow with the haft of his hatchet, feeling the jarring impact reverberate up his arm. He kicked out, catching the man in the knee, and followed up with a swift strike to the neck, the blade sinking deep into flesh. All around him, the battle raged. The Patriots fought with a desperate ferocity, their backs to the slope, knowing that retreat was not an option. Cannon fire boomed from below as Wolfe's men tried to support them, but the angle was too steep, the ridge offering the British the advantage of height. Raven could hear Wolfe shouting orders, could see the older man cutting through the enemy ranks like a man possessed, his sword flashing in the sunlight. But for every British soldier that fell, another seemed to take his place, the redcoats swarming over the ridge like a relentless tide. Sigha was a blur of motion on the right flank, his movements fluid and deadly as he parried, dodged, and struck with precision. He fought with the experience of a man who had seen countless battles, his face set in grim determination. Raven could see him directing the men, trying to keep their formation intact even as the British pressed them hard. Pier and Cannon fought alongside him, their rifles discarded in favor of close combat weapons. Pier moved with the agility of a panther, his knife flashing as he carved a path through the enemy ranks. Cannon, true to his name, fought with a raw, brute strength, swinging a makeshift club with deadly force, every blow a bone-crunching impact that sent British soldiers reeling. But the British were not easily deterred. They were disciplined, well-trained, and driven by the knowledge that this could be the turning point in the battle for Lancaster. Their officers barked orders, their voices rising above the din of battle, urging their men forward, to press the advantage, to break the Patriots once and for all. Raven's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought his way through the melee, his muscles screaming with the effort. He could feel the sting of a bayonet as it grazed his side, the hot gush of blood as it soaked through his shirt, but he pushed the pain aside. Pain was a distraction, one he couldn't afford. He caught sight of a British officer directing the assault, his voice loud and commanding as he pointed his sword at the Patriot lines. Raven's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger and determination welling up within him. If he could take out the officer, it might throw the enemy into disarray, give his men the chance they needed to regroup. Raven moved with purpose, ducking and weaving through the chaos, his hatchet flashing as he cut down anyone who stood in his way. The officer saw him coming, his eyes widening in surprise as he raised his sword to meet the attack. Their blades clashed with a sharp ring, and for a moment, the two men were locked in a deadly struggle, neither willing to give an inch. But Raven had the advantage of fury, of a cause he believed in with every fiber of his being. He feinted to the right, drawing the officer's sword away, and then struck low, his hatchet biting into the man's thigh. The officer staggered, a look of shock on his face as he crumpled to the ground, his sword falling from his grasp. Raven didn't hesitate. He drove the hatchet down into the officer's chest, silencing him for good. But even as the man's lifeblood seeped into the earth, Raven knew the battle was far from over. The British soldiers around him hesitated, their morale shaken by the loss of their leader, but they didn't retreat. Instead, they fought with renewed desperation, their attacks becoming wild, frenzied. "We're not going to hold them like this," Sigha shouted over the din, his voice strained with effort. He parried a bayonet thrust and knocked the soldier back with a well-placed kick. "We need to pull back, regroup." Raven knew he was right. They were too exposed on the ridge, the British too entrenched. But retreat wasn't an option, not yet. They needed a plan, a way to turn the tide. "Wolf!" Raven shouted, catching the commander's attention as he fought his way to his side. "We need to lure them down the slope. Get them off that ridge." Wolf's eyes flickered with understanding, and he nodded, his face grim. "Sigha, Pier, cannon," he bellowed. "Start falling back. Draw them down to the clearing." The men began to move, their retreat controlled and deliberate, fighting every step of the way as they gave ground. The British, seeing their opponents withdrawing, pressed forward, their momentum carrying them down the ridge in pursuit. Raven moved with the rest of them, his body screaming in protest as he parried, struck, and retreated, over and over. The slope was steep, the ground treacherous, but they couldn't afford to slip, to falter. The clearing below offered more space to maneuver, a better chance to regroup, to counterattack. As they reached the bottom of the slope, The Patriots formed a defensive line, their weapons ready, their breath coming in harsh gasps. The British were nearly upon them, their red coats bright against the green of the forest, their bayonets gleaming in the sunlight. Raven tightened his grip on his hatchet, his mind racing as he prepared for the next onslaught. The clearing was their last stand, there was no further retreat. The battle was far from over, but here, in this open space, they had a chance. The clearing was a maelstrom of violence, the clash of steel and the cries of men filling the air as the British forces pressed their attack. The Patriots, though outnumbered and weary from the long march, fought with a ferocity born of desperation. They knew this was their last stand, there would be no further retreat, no place to regroup if they fell here. Raven's body moved on instinct, his hatchet swinging in deadly arcs as he parried and struck, each motion fluid and precise. He could feel the blood running down his side from the earlier wound, but he pushed the pain aside, focusing only on the battle before him. Every second counted, every strike needed to land true. Wolf was at his side, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he cut down a redcoat who had broken through the line. The old commander fought with the strength and determination of a man half his age, his voice a constant presence as he barked orders, rallying the men around him. "Hold the line!" Wolf shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Don't let them break us." The Patriots responded with a renewed surge of effort, their ranks tightening as they fought to hold their ground. The British were relentless, their bayonets gleaming as they pushed forward, but the Patriots met them with equal determination, refusing to yield. Raven's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought, his muscles burning with the effort. He was dimly aware of Sigha, Pier, and Cannon fighting nearby, their movements synchronized as they worked together to fend off the oncoming soldiers. They had become a well-oiled machine, each man watching the other's back, covering weaknesses, exploiting openings. But despite their efforts, the sheer number of British soldiers began to take its toll. The Patriots were being pushed back, inch by inch, their lines starting to buckle under the pressure. Raven could see it in the faces of the men around him, the fatigue, the fear. They were running out of time, out of options. Wolf caught Raven's eye, his expression grim but resolute. "We can't hold much longer," he said, his voice low, almost drowned out by the sounds of battle. "We need to do something, or we'll be overrun." Raven knew he was right. They were trapped, pinned down in the clearing with no escape. If they didn't break the British momentum, it would only be a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. His mind raced, searching for a solution, a way to turn the tide. The clearing offered no cover, no strategic advantage. They were fighting on open ground, at the mercy of the British forces. But there was one thing they could still do, one last, desperate gamble. "We need to draw them in," Raven said, his voice tight with urgency. "If we can get them to overcommit, we might be able to hit them where it hurts." Wolf frowned, understanding dawning in his eyes. You mean lure them in closer, then hit their flanks? Raven nodded, his gaze hardening. It's risky, but it's our best shot. We need to make them think we're breaking, that they've got us on the run. Wolf hesitated for only a moment before nodding. All right. We'll need to time it perfectly. I'll give the signal. Raven relayed the plan to Sigha, Pier, and Cannon, the three men listening intently, their faces set in grim determination. They knew what was at stake, knew that this was their last chance to turn the battle in their favor. Wolf raised his sword, signaling the men to start falling back, to make it look like they were retreating in disarray. The Patriots responded with practiced precision, their movements controlled even as they feigned panic, their ranks loosening just enough to give the illusion of a collapsing line. The British, seeing what they believed to be a breaking force, pressed forward with renewed vigor, their officers shouting orders to close the distance, to finish the job. They surged into the clearing, their red coats a blur of motion as they advanced on the retreating Patriots. But as they moved in, their formation began to spread out, the tight ranks loosening as they sought to overwhelm the fleeing men. This was what Raven had been waiting for, the moment when the British would be vulnerable, exposed. Now. Wolf roared, his voice cutting through the din. The Patriots sprang into action, the feigned retreat turning into a coordinated counterattack. Raven led the charge, his hatchet flashing as he drove into the nearest group of British soldiers. The sudden shift in momentum caught the Redcoats off guard, their advance faltering as the Patriots hit their flanks with a renewed ferocity. Sigha, Pier, and Cannon were right behind him, their weapons carving through the British lines with deadly efficiency. The Patriots, who had been in the center of the line, now surged forward, their rifles and bayonets driving into the enemy with a brutal intensity. The clearing became a brutal melee, the two sides clashing with a fury that left no room for hesitation. The British, taken aback by the sudden counterattack, struggled to regroup, their momentum shattered by the Patriots' fierce resistance. Raven fought with everything he had, his hatchet biting into flesh and bone as he cut a path through the enemy ranks. The British soldiers around him fell, one after another, but still they kept coming, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm the Patriots despite the successful counterattack. Wolf was in the thick of it, his sword a blur as he hacked and slashed at the oncoming Redcoats. The old commander fought with a determination that was almost frightening, his every move a testament to his years of experience and his refusal to give in. But the British weren't done yet. Despite the surprise of the counterattack, their officers quickly rallied them, shouting orders to regroup, to press the attack. The battle teetered on a knife's edge, the outcome still far from certain. Raven knew they couldn't keep this up forever. They were outnumbered, their forces stretched thin, and the British were relentless. The only thing keeping them in the fight was their refusal to give up, their determination to hold the line no matter what. The clearing was a scene of chaos, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Bodies littered the ground, both British and patriot, the earth stained red with the cost of the battle. The sounds of battle, the clash of steel, the cries of the wounded filled the air, drowning out everything else. Raven's muscles burned with exhaustion, every movement a struggle as he continued to fight. But he couldn't stop, couldn't let up, not when they were so close. They just needed to hold out a little longer, to push the British back enough to regroup, to find a way to break their resolve. But as the British began to regroup for another push, Raven realized that they were running out of time. The Patriots were faltering, their strength waning under the relentless assault. They needed something more, a way to tip the scales in their favor. As he fought, Raven's mind raced, searching for a solution, a way to turn the tide for good. The clearing offered no cover, no advantage, but there was one thing they hadn't yet used, one last desperate gamble that could change everything. The trees. The thick forest that surrounded the clearing could be their salvation, if they could lure the British into it, where their numbers would count for less, where the terrain would work against them. But it would be a dangerous move, one that could just as easily backfire if they weren't careful. Raven knew they were running out of options, that they needed to take the risk if they were going to survive. He fought his way to Wolf's side, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he shouted over the din of battle. "We need to draw them into the trees. It's our only chance." Wolf, his face streaked with sweat and blood, nodded grimly. "Do it, Raven. I'll rally the men." Raven turned back to the fray, his voice ringing out as he called to the Patriots. "Fall back to the trees. Draw them in." The Patriots began to move, their retreat controlled and deliberate as they made for the forest's edge. The British, seeing their opponents falling back once more, pursued with a dogged determination, their officers urging them on. As the Patriots reached the tree line, Raven could feel the tension in the air, the moment of decision hanging like a blade over their heads. This was it, the last roll of the dice, the final gamble that would decide the battle. The British followed them into the forest, their formation beginning to break up as they entered the thick underbrush. The trees closed in around them, the dense foliage turning the battlefield into a labyrinth of shadows and narrow paths. Raven's heart pounded in his chest as he led the way, his hatchet at the ready. The forest was their domain now, the terrain their ally. Here, the British would be forced to fight on the Patriots' terms, in a place where their numbers meant nothing. Passage 19, The Forest of Shadows. The forest enveloped them, the tall trees casting deep shadows that danced with the flickering light of the sun struggling to break through the thick canopy. The sounds of battle, once clear and deafening in the open clearing, now became muffled, distorted by the dense foliage and the labyrinth of trunks and underbrush. It was as if the very air had thickened, each breath laden with the scent of earth and sap, mingling with the acrid tang of gunpowder and blood. Raven led the way, his movements swift and silent, like the bird of prey he had been named after. Behind him, the Patriots followed, their steps careful and measured, weapons held at the ready. They moved deeper into the forest, the sounds of the British soldiers crashing through the underbrush growing louder as they pursued. The forest was their ally now, a place where the Patriots could use the terrain to their advantage. The British, used to fighting in open fields and along narrow roads, would struggle in the dense woods, where every step was a potential trap and every shadow could conceal an enemy. Raven's mind was focused, his senses heightened as he navigated the winding paths between the trees. He could hear the British soldiers behind them, their voices raised in frustration as they tried to keep their formation intact in the tangled underbrush. They were close, too close, but that was exactly what Raven wanted. As they reached a small clearing, Raven halted, raising his hand to signal the men to stop. The Patriots gathered around him, their breaths heavy from the exertion of the battle and the frantic retreat. Wolf moved to his side, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees, his face lined with determination. "They're right on our heels," Wolf muttered, his voice low but steady. "We need to make our stand here." Raven nodded, his gaze sweeping over the clearing. It was small, just wide enough to accommodate their group, with thick trees on all sides. The underbrush was dense, providing cover, but also creating bottlenecks that could be used to their advantage. It was a natural choke point, one that could turn the British's numbers against them. "We hold them here," Raven said, his voice firm. "Use the trees and the underbrush. Keep moving, stay low. Hit them hard and fast, then disappear. Don't give them a clear target." Wolf relayed the orders to the men, who quickly spread out, taking up positions around the clearing. Some climbed trees, their rifles at the ready, while others crouched behind bushes or positioned themselves behind fallen logs. The atmosphere was tense, the silence heavy with anticipation. Raven took his position behind a thick oak tree at the edge of the clearing, his hatchet in one hand, his rifle slung over his shoulder. He could feel the weight of the battle pressing down on him, the knowledge that this was their last chance to turn the tide. If they failed here, if the British broke through, Lancaster would fall, and with it, the hopes of the revolution. The sounds of the British soldiers grew louder, the crashing of their footsteps and the curses of their officers echoing through the trees. They were close now, close enough that Raven could hear the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs as they moved through the underbrush. He signaled to the men to hold their fire, to wait until the British were fully in the clearing, exposed and vulnerable. Every second felt like an eternity as the tension mounted, the air thick with the anticipation of the coming clash. Then, the first British soldier stepped into the clearing, his red coat bright against the muted colors of the forest. He paused, scanning the area, his musket held at the ready. Behind him, more soldiers emerged, their bayonets gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Raven could feel the blood pounding in his ears, his grip tightening on the handle of his hatchet. The British were spreading out, their formation loose and disjointed, perfect for the ambush. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Now, Raven shouted, his voice piercing the tense silence. The Patriots erupted from their hiding places, firing their rifles and charging into the fray. The sudden onslaught took the British by surprise, their ranks thrown into chaos as the Patriots struck from all sides. Musket fire rang out, the sharp cracks echoing through the trees, mingling with the shouts and cries of the combatants. Raven moved like a shadow, darting from tree to tree, striking down any British soldier who crossed his path. He used the terrain to his advantage, disappearing into the underbrush only to reappear moments later in a different spot, his hatchet finding its mark with deadly precision. Wolf was a force of nature, his sword slashing through the enemy with brutal efficiency. He led the charge, rallying the men around him, his voice rising above the din of battle as he barked orders and encouragement. The British soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, fought back with desperation, but the dense forest worked against them. Their movements were hampered by the underbrush, their lines broken and scattered. They struggled to maintain their discipline, their officers shouting futile orders as the Patriots pressed the attack. Sigha, Pier, and Cannon fought alongside Raven, their coordination and teamwork honed by the battles they had faced together. Sigha's rifle barked as he took down a British soldier who had been trying to rally his comrades, while Pier and Cannon moved in tandem, their blades flashing as they cut through the enemy ranks. The clearing became a chaotic swirl of movement, the air thick with smoke and the scent of blood. The British soldiers were being pushed back, their resolve faltering under the relentless assault. But they were not yet defeated, far from it. Their officers managed to regroup a small contingent, forming a defensive line near the center of the clearing, their bayonets gleaming as they prepared to make a stand. Raven saw the danger, the potential for the British to regain control of the fight. He couldn't allow that to happen. With a fierce determination, he signaled to Sigha and Pier, motioning for them to flank the British from the sides while he and Cannon launched a frontal assault. The four men moved with practiced precision, their attacks coordinated and swift. Sigha and Pier emerged from the underbrush, their rifles firing in unison, the shots disrupting the British formation. Raven and Cannon charged in from the front, their weapons cutting through the remaining soldiers with brutal efficiency. The British line broke, the soldiers scattering in panic as the Patriots closed in. The few who remained standing were quickly overwhelmed, their bodies falling to the forest floor as the Patriots claimed the clearing. But even as the last of the British soldiers fell, Raven knew the battle was far from over. The sounds of gunfire and shouts echoed through the trees, the fight spreading out into the surrounding forest as more British forces attempted to regroup and counter the ambush. Wolf, breathing heavily from the exertion, approached Raven, his eyes scanning the trees for any sign of the enemy. "We've got them on the run, but they're not done yet," he said, his voice edged with both exhaustion and determination. Raven nodded, wiping the sweat and blood from his brow. "They'll try to regroup, hit us from another angle. We need to keep the pressure on, keep them off balance. Wolf agreed, his mind already working on the next move. We can't let them get organized. We'll split up, harry them through the forest. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Raven glanced around at the men, their faces smeared with dirt and sweat, their expressions a mix of determination and exhaustion. They had fought hard, but the battle wasn't won yet. There was still more blood to be shed before the day was done. He looked at Wolf, the older man's eyes reflecting the same resolve that Raven felt burning in his own chest. They had come too far, fought too hard, to let the British slip away now. With a nod, Raven turned to the men, his voice cutting through the aftermath of the battle. We're not done here. We split into groups, drive them back, make sure they don't have a chance to regroup. Stay sharp, stay together, and don't give them an inch. The Patriots responded with a collective roar, their weapons at the ready as they prepared to plunge back into the fight. The forest was their battlefield now, and they would use every advantage it offered. As they moved out, Raven felt a fierce determination settle over him. This was the fight they had been preparing for, the moment where everything hung in the balance. The battle for Lancaster, the revolution itself, it all came down to this. The British forces were still out there, somewhere in the dense woods, licking their wounds and preparing for another assault. But Raven was ready for them. They had entered the forest with the intent to crush the Patriots, but now they were the ones being hunted. The hunt was on, and Raven was not about to let his prey escape. The ambush had scattered the enemy, forcing them to retreat deeper into the woods, but Raven knew they were far from defeated. The British were disciplined, trained to regroup even in the face of chaos, and he couldn't afford to underestimate them. Raven led his group through the underbrush, his senses on high alert. The air was thick with tension, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig setting his nerves on edge. The forest was a labyrinth, its winding paths and dense foliage both a blessing and a curse. It offered cover, but it also made it easy to get lost, to become separated from the others. Keep close, Raven whispered to the men following him, Sigha, Pier, and Cannon. They had fought side by side for what felt like hours, their bond forged in the heat of battle. Now, they moved as one, their eyes scanning the shadows, their weapons at the ready. The forest was eerily quiet, the distant sounds of battle fading into the background as they ventured further from the clearing. It was as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the next clash of steel, the next crack of musket fire. Raven's heartbeat echoed in his ears, a steady drum beat that matched the rhythm of their careful advance. Over here, Sigha whispered, his voice barely audible as he pointed to a faint trail of broken branches and trampled undergrowth. It was the first clear sign they had found evidence of the British soldiers moving through the forest, trying to regroup. Raven nodded, his eyes narrowing as he examined the trail. It was fresh, the broken leaves and disturbed earth still damp from the recent passage. They're close, he murmured, his voice tight with focus. "We follow this, but stay low. We don't want to alert them." They moved in silence, their footsteps barely disturbing the forest floor. The trail led them deeper into the woods, the trees growing thicker, the underbrush denser. Raven's mind raced as he considered their next move. The British were likely trying to find a defensible position, a place where they could hold off the Patriots and regroup for a counterattack. But Raven had no intention of giving them that chance. As they crept forward, the sounds of the British soldiers became clearer, muffled voices, the clink of metal against metal, the rustle of movement through the underbrush. Raven signaled for the men to halt, his hand raised as he strained to listen. "They're just ahead," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Spread out. We'll circle around and hit them from both sides." Sigha, Pier, and Cannon nodded, their faces grim with determination. They had fought too hard to let the British escape now. This was their chance to end it, to drive the enemy out of the forest and secure the path to Lancaster. Raven motioned for Sigha and Pier to take the right flank while he and Cannon moved to the left. The group split up, each pair moving with stealthy precision through the thick foliage, their eyes trained on the enemy's position just ahead. The British soldiers were huddled in a small clearing, their formation tight, their faces tense as they listened for any sign of the Patriots. They were on edge, their nerves frayed by the ambush and the subsequent chase through the woods. Raven could see it in their eyes, the fear, the uncertainty. They were not the same disciplined force they had been when they first entered the forest. Raven and Cannon crept closer, using the thick trunks of the trees as cover. He could see the British officers among the group, their voices low as they tried to maintain order, to keep their men from panicking. They were organizing, preparing to make a stand. But Raven wasn't going to give them that chance. With a quick hand signal, he directed Cannon to circle around and take out the sentries on the far side of the clearing. Cannon moved silently, his bulk surprisingly nimble as he disappeared into the shadows. Raven waited, his muscles tense, every sense focused on the enemy ahead. The first crack of a musket echoed through the trees, followed by shouts of alarm as the British soldiers scrambled to respond. Cannon's attack had caught them off guard, drawing their attention to the far side of the clearing. It was exactly the opening Raven needed. He surged forward, his hatchet gleaming in the dappled sunlight as he charged into the clearing. The British soldiers, distracted by Cannon's assault, didn't see him until it was too late. Raven's hatchet struck with deadly precision, felling the first soldier with a swift blow to the chest. Chaos erupted as the British soldiers realized they were under attack from both sides. Sigha and Pier emerged from the underbrush, their rifles barking as they fired into the disoriented ranks. The British fought back, their muskets flashing, but the dense forest made it difficult to aim, their shots going wide or striking trees instead of their targets. Raven moved through the fray with deadly efficiency, his hatchet finding its mark again and again. The British soldiers were on the defensive, their formation collapsing as the Patriots pressed the attack. But despite the chaos, they were still dangerous, their bayonets flashing as they tried to hold their ground. Sigha was a whirlwind of motion, his rifle cracking as he took down one British soldier after another. Pier was close behind, his knife slashing through the enemy ranks with ruthless precision. Cannon, having taken out the sentries, rejoined the fight, his massive club swinging in wide arcs, breaking bones, and sending soldiers sprawling. But the British, though disorganized, were not yet beaten. They fought with a desperate tenacity, their officers shouting orders, trying to rally their men. Raven could see them regrouping, forming a defensive line near the center of the clearing, their bayonets gleaming as they prepared for a final stand. "Don't let up," Raven shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Keep the pressure on." The Patriots responded with a renewed surge of effort, their attacks relentless as they closed in on the remaining British soldiers. The clearing became a battleground, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The cries of the wounded and dying echoed through the trees, mingling with the clash of steel and the roar of muskets. Raven's heart pounded in his chest as he fought, his muscles burning with exhaustion, but he pushed the fatigue aside, focusing only on the battle before him. This was at the moment when everything hung in the balance. They had to break the British here, had to shatter their resolve and drive them from the forest. But as the British soldiers began to fall back, retreating deeper into the woods, Raven felt a cold dread settle over him. They were not retreating in panic, they were regrouping, drawing the Patriots into a deeper part of the forest where the terrain became even more treacherous. "We can't follow them too deep," Sigha warned, his voice strained as he reloaded his rifle. "It's a trap they want to draw us in." Raven knew he was right. The British were trying to lure them into an area where the dense underbrush and uneven ground would slow them down, where the Patriots would lose the advantage of surprise and mobility. But they couldn't let the British escape either, not when they were so close to victory. "We need to split their forces," Raven said quickly, his mind racing. "Sigha, Pier, take the men and circle around. Find a way to cut them off. Cannon and I will keep them engaged here, slow them down." Sigha nodded, already moving to gather the men. Pier gave Raven a quick salute before disappearing into the underbrush with the others, their movements swift and silent as they circled around the retreating British forces. Raven turned to Cannon, his expression grim. "We can't let them regroup. We hold them here as long as we can." Cannon grinned, hefting his club with a determined glint in his eye. "Just give the word, Raven." Raven nodded, his grip tightening on his hatchet as he turned to face the forest ahead. The British were out there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. But Raven wasn't about to give them that chance. The hunt was still on, and the Patriots were far from finished. As they moved deeper into the forest, the sounds of battle faded, replaced by the eerie silence of the woods. The air was thick with tension, the anticipation of the final clash hanging over them like a dark cloud. Raven's senses were on high alert, every sound, every movement scrutinized as they advanced. The British were close, he could feel it. This was their last stand, their final attempt to turn the tide. And Raven was ready. This would end here, in the shadows of the forest, where the old world and the new collided in a clash of blood and steel. The battle for Lancaster was not yet won, but Raven would see it through to the bitter end. The forest was deathly still, the tension so thick it seemed to weigh down the very air. Raven could hear the pounding of his own heart, feel the strain in every muscle, but his focus was razor sharp. This was it, the moment everything had been building toward. The final confrontation. The British were out there, just beyond the next line of trees, regrouping for one last desperate push. Raven knew they were close to breaking, but a cornered enemy was the most dangerous kind. He and Cannon moved carefully, their steps deliberate as they closed in on the enemy's position, the dense underbrush making every movement a calculated risk. Ahead, Raven caught a glimpse of red through the trees. British uniforms, their once pristine fabric now dirted and torn from the brutal forest battle. The soldiers were huddled together, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear, but their weapons were ready. They were waiting, bracing for the inevitable clash. Raven signaled to Cannon, who nodded, his grip tightening on his club. They moved forward, silent as shadows, positioning themselves just out of sight of the British. Raven could see the determination in the soldiers' eyes, the grim resolve to make this final stand. But he also saw the fear, the cracks in their composure that told him they knew how this would end. With a deep breath, Raven steadied himself, drawing on every ounce of strength and focus he had left. "On my mark," he whispered to Cannon, his voice barely more than a breath. Cannon nodded, his eyes locked on the enemy. Raven raised his hand, counting down the seconds in his head. 3, 2, 1. Now! Raven shouted, bursting from the cover of the trees with a ferocity that took the British by surprise. Cannon was right behind him, his massive form barreling into the nearest soldiers with unstoppable force. The British line wavered, their formation breaking as the Patriots launched their final assault. The clearing erupted in chaos as steel clashed with steel, musket fire cracking through the air. The Patriots fought with everything they had, their movements fueled by the knowledge that this was their last chance. Raven's hatchet found its mark again and again, cutting through the British ranks with brutal efficiency. He moved with a single-minded focus, his every strike aimed to break the enemy's resolve. Around him, the Patriots fought with equal ferocity, their determination a match for the British's dwindling strength. But the British soldiers, though outnumbered and outmaneuvered, fought with the desperation of men who knew they had nothing left to lose. They rallied around their officers, their bayonets flashing as they tried to push the Patriots back, to reclaim the ground they had lost. Raven could feel the weight of the battle pressing down on him, the exhaustion clawing at his limbs, but he pushed through it. He couldn't stop, not now. Not when they were so close. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees a blur as the fight raged on. The ground was slick with blood, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and death. Raven's mind was a whirlwind of movement and instinct, each action a split-second decision that could mean the difference between life and death. He saw Cannon go down, a musket ball tearing through his shoulder, but the big man kept fighting, his club swinging with undiminished power. Raven moved to cover him, striking down a British soldier who had been aiming for Cannon's back. "Stay with me, Cannon," Raven shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. Cannon gritted his teeth, nodding as he continued to fight, his strength seemingly endless despite the wound. The two men fought side by side, their movements a deadly dance as they drove the British back step by step. The British soldiers were faltering, their lines breaking under the relentless assault. Raven could see it in their eyes, the realization that they couldn't win, that the end was near. But still, they fought, driven by the same desperate determination that fueled the Patriots. And then, with a final surge, the British line broke completely. The soldiers scattered, fleeing into the forest in a chaotic retreat. The Patriots gave chase, cutting down those who tried to stand and fight, driving the rest deeper into the woods. Raven watched them go, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. The battle was over, the British defeated, but the cost had been high. The forest floor was littered with the dead and dying, the aftermath of the brutal struggle. Cannon slumped against a tree, his breath ragged, his face pale from blood loss. Raven moved to his side, checking the wound. It was bad, but Cannon was tough, he'd pull through. "We did it," Cannon said, his voice weak but triumphant. Raven nodded, his eyes scanning the clearing. The British were gone, their retreating forms barely visible through the trees. The Patriots had won, but the victory felt hollow. Too many had fallen, too much blood had been spilled. Passage 20, The Aftermath. Raven nodded, his eyes scanning the clearing. The British were gone, their retreating forms barely visible through the trees. The Patriots had won, but the victory felt hollow. Too many had fallen, too much blood had been spilled. The once pristine forest was now a graveyard, the earth stained with the sacrifice of those who had fought for a cause greater than themselves. He could feel the weight of it all pressing down on him, the loss, the weariness, the relentless grind of a war that seemed to have no end. The thrill of battle, the sharp focus that had carried him through, was fading, replaced by a deep exhaustion that settled into his bones. Wolf approached, his sword still in hand, but the fire in his eyes had dimmed. He looked around the clearing, his expression somber. "We've done what we had to," he said quietly, his voice heavy with the burden of command. "But it never gets easier, does it?" Raven shook his head, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. "No, it doesn't," he replied, his voice rough from the strain of battle. "It never does." The two men stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the fallen soldiers hanging in the air between them. They had fought for their land, for their freedom, but at what cost? The promise of a new nation seemed distant, almost intangible, buried beneath the pain and loss that war had brought. "We need to move the wounded back to camp," Raven said finally, his voice taking on a more practical tone. "And bury the dead. They deserve that much." Wolf nodded, his expression resolute. "We'll honor them," he said, turning to the remaining patriots. He began giving orders, directing the men to gather the wounded and prepare for the long march back to Lancaster. As the men moved to carry out their tasks, Raven found himself staring at the bodies of the fallen, both friend and foe. Each one had a story, a life that had been cut short in the name of something greater than themselves. He had seen too many faces like these, too many lives lost in the pursuit of freedom. The weight of it all felt unbearable at times, but he knew they couldn't stop now. They had to keep going, had to see this through to the end. Sigha, Pier, and Cannon approached, their faces marked by the same weariness that Raven felt. Sigha's arm was bandaged, a makeshift dressing covering a wound he'd sustained during the fight, but he was still standing, his eyes sharp and focused. "We're ready to head back," Sigha said, his voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. "What's the plan?" Raven looked at the three men who had fought beside him, their loyalty and bravery undeniable. They had become more than just comrades, they were brothers in arms, bound by the hardships they had endured together. "We regroup at the camp," Raven replied. "We'll tend to the wounded, bury our dead, and then we'll figure out our next move. But for now, we need to rest. We've earned that much." The men nodded in agreement, their expressions somber but resolute. They had survived another battle, but the war was far from over. There would be more challenges ahead, more sacrifices to be made, but they would face them together, as they always had. As they began the slow process of gathering the wounded and preparing for the march back to Lancaster, Raven took one last look at the clearing. The memories of the battle would haunt him, just as all the others had, but he knew he couldn't let it break him. There was still work to be done, still a future to fight for. The sun was beginning to set as the patriots began their journey back to camp, the forest casting long shadows over the path ahead. Raven walked alongside Wolf, the two men sharing a quiet understanding as they led their men through the trees. Lancaster awaited them, and with it, the next chapter in their struggle for freedom. But for now, they marched in silence, each man lost in his thoughts, carrying the weight of the fallen with them as they moved forward. The road ahead was long, and the future uncertain, but they would face it together. They had no choice. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, Raven felt a flicker of hope, buried deep beneath the exhaustion and the grief. They had survived this day, and as long as they kept moving, kept fighting, there was still a chance for the future they dreamed of. The forest slowly faded into the distance as they emerged onto the road leading back to camp. The battle was over, but the journey continued. And with it, the promise of a new dawn. Passage 21, The Long Road Back. The march back to camp was somber, the weight of the recent battle hanging heavy over the men. The once lively and hopeful atmosphere had been replaced with a solemn silence, broken only by the occasional grunt of pain from the wounded or the soft murmur of whispered conversations. Raven walked at the front of the column, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of twilight. The forest, now behind them, was a dark silhouette against the deepening sky, a reminder of the brutal struggle they had just endured. Wolf walked beside him, his usual commanding presence subdued by the weight of the day's events. The old commander had seen many battles in his time, but each one took a toll, each loss adding to the burden he carried. His face was etched with lines of exhaustion and sorrow, but his eyes remained sharp, focused on the road ahead. As they walked, Raven's mind drifted to the future. The revolution was far from over, and Lancaster was just one of many battles yet to come. The British would regroup, of that he had no doubt. They would come back, stronger and more determined, and the Patriots would have to be ready. But for now, they needed to rest, to regroup. They had fought hard, bled for their cause, and they had earned this brief respite. But it was only that a brief pause in the relentless march of war. "Raven," Wolf said, breaking the silence. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if he were speaking more to himself than to his companion. "We've lost so many, but we've also gained something, a kind of resolve. I see it in the men. They're not just fighting because they have to, they're fighting because they believe in what we're doing." Raven nodded, his gaze still fixed on the road. "They believe in the future we're trying to build. But belief alone won't win this war. We need more than that. We need strategy, resources, and the will to keep going, no matter how many times we get knocked down." Wolf sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of his thoughts. "You're right. And we've got a long road ahead of us. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't proud of these men. They've shown more courage and resilience than I ever thought possible." Raven glanced at Wolf, his expression softening for a moment. "They follow you because they trust you, Wolf. You give them something to fight for. You give them hope." Wolf looked away, his eyes shadowed. "Hope is a fragile thing, Raven. It can be shattered in an instant. But maybe, just maybe, we're starting to build something stronger than that." They walked on in silence for a while, the weight of their conversation hanging between them. The camp was still a day's march away, and the men would need all their strength to make it back. Raven knew they were pushing themselves to the limit, but there was no other choice. They couldn't afford to stay in the open, vulnerable to another attack. As the night deepened, the temperature began to drop, a cold wind cutting through the trees. The men huddled closer together, sharing what warmth they could as they trudged along the darkened path. Raven could feel the exhaustion pulling at him, the ache in his muscles a constant reminder of the day's battle. But he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. They had to make it back to camp. Once there, they could regroup, tend to the wounded, and plan their next move. But until then, they had to keep moving, keep pushing forward. Sigha, Pier, and Cannon walked nearby, their faces drawn but determined. They had fought bravely, standing side by side with Raven in the heat of battle, and now they were with him in the aftermath, their resolve unbroken. Cannon, his injured shoulder hastily bandaged, caught Raven's eye and gave a tired grin. "Still standing, Raven? Though I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up." Raven managed a faint smile in return. "Just a little further, Cannon. Then we can rest." Pier, always the optimist, chimed in, his French accent thick with weariness. "I've got a bottle of wine stashed away in camp. I say we break it open when we get there. Celebrate the fact that we're still breathing." Sigha chuckled, his deep voice rumbling through the night air. "I'll drink to that. We've earned it." Raven's smile widened slightly, the banter a welcome distraction from the grim reality they faced. "I'll hold you to that, Pier. But first, we need to get there." The men's spirits lifted slightly as they continued on, the promise of a small celebration giving them a renewed sense of purpose. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was still room for moments of camaraderie, for the simple joys that kept them human. The night wore on, the path winding through the darkened woods as they pressed forward. Raven's mind wandered, drifting between thoughts of the past and the uncertain future. He thought of his father, of the promise he had made to protect Wolf and see the revolution through. He thought of the lives lost, of the men who had fought and died for a dream that was still just out of reach. But he also thought of the men walking beside him, of the bonds they had forged in the fires of battle. They were more than just soldiers, they were brothers, united by a common cause, by the belief that they could build something better, something worth fighting for. As the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, casting a pale glow over the path ahead, Raven felt a surge of determination. They were close now, the camp just beyond the next rise. They would make it. And when they did, they would regroup, tend to their wounds, and prepare for the battles yet to come. Because the war was far from over, and they couldn't afford to rest for long. But for now, as they crested the final hill and the camp came into view, Raven allowed himself a moment of relief. They had survived another day, another battle, and they were still standing. The camp was a welcome sight, the tents and makeshift shelters a reminder that they still had a place to call home, even in the midst of war. As they entered the camp, the men were greeted by those who had stayed behind, their expressions a mix of relief and concern. Raven and Wolf moved through the camp, checking on the wounded, giving orders, and preparing for the long day ahead. There was still much to do, but for now, they had a brief moment of respite. As Raven settled down near the campfire, the warmth of the flames chasing away the chill of the morning air, he allowed himself a rare moment of peace. The road ahead was long, the future uncertain, but for now, they were together, and that was enough. The revolution would continue, the fight would go on, but in this moment, in the quiet before the storm, Raven knew they had already won something important. They had won each other's trust, their loyalty, and the belief that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. And that, he realized, was the true strength of their cause, the bonds that tied them together, the hope that burned in their hearts, and the unwavering determination to see it through to the end. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its light over the camp, Raven felt a renewed sense of purpose. They would march on, they would fight, and they would win. Not just for themselves, but for the future they were building, one battle at a time. The revolution was far from over, but they were ready. And with that thought, Raven closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the fire and the camaraderie of his brothers in arms wash over him, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it together. Passage 22, Homecoming. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the landscape as the Patriots finally approached Lancaster. The city, once a distant hope, now stood before them, its streets and buildings bathed in the golden light of the late afternoon. The journey had been long, the road fraught with danger and loss, but they had made it. They were home. Raven walked at the head of the column, his eyes fixed on the city that had become the heart of their struggle. The exhaustion that had weighed on him for so long seemed to lift slightly as he caught sight of the familiar streets, the rooftops that marked the place they had fought so hard to protect. The men around him were silent, their expressions a mix of relief and weariness. They had been through hell together, but they had come out the other side stronger, more united than ever. Lancaster had been their goal, the beacon that had guided them through the darkest days of the war. And now, as they crossed the final stretch of road, that goal was within reach. Wolf walked beside Raven, his usual stern expression softened by the sight of the city. "We've done it," he said quietly, his voice tinged with a rare note of emotion. "We've brought them home." Raven nodded, his gaze sweeping over the city. "We've kept our promise," he replied, his voice steady. "But the fight isn't over. Lancaster is safe for now, but we can't let our guard down." Wolf glanced at him, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "You're right, of course. But for today, let's allow ourselves this moment. We've earned it." As they entered the city, the people of Lancaster began to emerge from their homes, their faces lighting up with joy and relief as they recognized the soldiers who had fought to protect them. Cheers erupted from the crowd, the sound swelling and echoing through the streets as the Patriots marched forward, their heads held high. Raven felt a surge of pride as he looked around at the faces of the people they had fought for. This was what they had been fighting for: their families, their homes, their future. It was a victory that went beyond the battlefield, a victory that was measured in the smiles of the children who ran to greet them, in the tears of joy from those who had feared the worst. As they made their way through the city, Raven spotted familiar faces in the crowd: friends, comrades who had stayed behind to defend Lancaster, and those who had supported the cause from the very beginning. They waved, their expressions a mix of joy and gratitude, and Raven felt the weight of his journey begin to lift, replaced by a sense of belonging, of purpose. The column of soldiers wound its way to the center of the city, where a hastily erected platform stood waiting. General Washington, who had ridden ahead to prepare for their arrival, stood at the front, his face solemn but proud as he watched the men he had led through so many trials. Raven and Wolf climbed the steps of the platform, their footsteps heavy with the significance of the moment. As they stood before the gathered crowd, the cheers quieted, replaced by an expectant hush. Washington stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the men and women of Lancaster, over the soldiers who had fought so bravely to protect their home. He raised his hand, and when he spoke, his voice was clear, carrying across the square with a strength that belied the weariness they all felt. "We stand here today, not as conquerors, but as protectors," Washington began, his voice steady. "We have fought not for glory, but for the right to live in peace, to build a future where our children can grow up free from tyranny and fear. Lancaster is a symbol of that future, a city that has stood strong in the face of adversity, that has refused to bow to those who would see it fall." He paused, his gaze moving to Raven and Wolf. "These men, and the soldiers who stand with them, have given everything to protect the city. They have shown us what it means to fight for something greater than ourselves, to sacrifice for the greater good. And today, we honor them, not just as soldiers, but as heroes." The crowd erupted into applause, the sound rising like a wave through the city. Raven felt a rush of emotion as he looked out over the sea of faces, at the people who had been saved by their struggle, at the future they had fought so hard to protect. But even as the cheers washed over him, Raven knew that the fight was far from over. The British had been driven back, but they would return. The revolution was still in its infancy, and there were many more battles to be fought before they could truly claim victory. As the applause died down, Washington turned to Raven, his expression serious. "You've done more than anyone could have asked, Raven. But I know you're not one to rest on your laurels. There's still much to do." Raven nodded, his eyes meeting Washington's. "We've won this battle, but the war is still ahead. I'll be ready." Washington placed a hand on Raven's shoulder, a gesture of respect and camaraderie. "I know you will. Lancaster is in your debt, as are we all." With that, the ceremony ended, the crowd beginning to disperse as the reality of their victory settled in. The people of Lancaster returned to their homes, the soldiers to their barracks, but the feeling of triumph lingered in the air, a reminder of what they had achieved. Raven stood on the platform for a moment longer, watching as the city slowly returned to life. The weight of the war still hung over them, but for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to feel a glimmer of hope. They had made it home, and that was something worth celebrating. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in a warm golden light, Raven finally turned and made his way down the steps. He had fought for the city, bled for it, and now he would protect it with everything he had. The road ahead would be long and difficult, but for the first time in a long time, he felt ready to face it. Lancaster was more than just a city, it was home. And as long as he had breath in his body, Raven would do whatever it took to keep it safe. The revolution was far from over, but as he walked through the streets of the city he had saved, Raven knew that they had taken a step closer to the future they had all dreamed of. And for now, that was enough. Passage 23, The New Morrow. The city of Lancaster settled into the calm of evening, its streets slowly emptying as the day drew to a close. The remnants of battle had been cleared away, leaving behind a city that, while scarred, was still standing stronger than before. The people returned to their homes, their hearts lighter knowing they were safe, if only for now. Raven walked through the quiet streets, his steps slow and deliberate. The weight of the past days hung heavy on him, but there was a sense of finality to it as well. The battles they had fought, the lives they had lost, all led to this moment. Lancaster was safe, and for now, that was enough. He found himself at the edge of the city, looking out over the fields that stretched into the horizon. The sun had long since set, the sky a deep indigo, dotted with the first stars of the night. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and wood smoke, a reminder of the world he had fought so hard to protect. As he stood there, the events of the past weeks played through his mind: the ambush in the forest, the battle at Wright's Ferry, the heated arguments with Washington. So much had happened, so much had changed, and yet here he was, still standing, still ready to face whatever came next. Wolf approached, his footsteps quiet on the dirt path. He came to stand beside Raven, his presence a comforting weight. The old commander looked out over the fields, his expression thoughtful. "This city owes you a great debt, Raven," Wolf said, his voice carrying a note of finality. "You've done more than anyone could have asked. Your father would be proud." Raven nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I did what needed to be done," he replied, his voice steady but laced with the weariness of a man who had seen too much. "But the fight isn't over." Wolf sighed, a deep, tired sound. "No, it's not. But for tonight, we can rest. Tomorrow will bring its own battles, but for now, we've earned this peace." Raven didn't respond immediately, his thoughts drifting to the future, what it might hold, what more would be asked of him. But as he stood there, the cool night air around him, he felt a sense of acceptance, of resolve. The road ahead was uncertain, but he was ready to face it. "Maybe you're right," Raven finally said, his voice softer now. "Maybe it's time to rest, even if just for a moment." Wolf nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Come on, Raven. Let's head back. The men will want to see you, and I'm sure there's a bottle or two waiting for us." Raven turned to follow Wolf back into the city, his steps lighter now. The weight of the war still pressed on his shoulders, but for the first time in a long while, it didn't feel unbearable. They had won a battle, and that was something to hold onto. As they walked through the quiet streets, Raven allowed himself a moment of peace, a moment to breathe and remember that even in the midst of war, there were still moments of light, of hope. Lancaster was safe, and that meant everything. The city had become a symbol, a beacon of what they were fighting for, and as long as it stood, so would he. The revolution was far from over, but they had taken a step closer to the freedom they all dreamed of. And for tonight, as he walked through the streets of the city he had fought to protect, Raven knew that was enough. They reached the center of the city, where a small group of soldiers and townsfolk had gathered around a fire. The glow of the flames cast warm, flickering light over their faces, and the sound of quiet laughter and conversation filled the air. Wolf clapped Raven on the back, guiding him toward the group. "Come on, Raven. Join us. You've earned it." Raven hesitated for just a moment, then nodded. He followed Wolf to the fire, where familiar faces greeted him with smiles and nods of respect. He took a seat, the warmth of the fire and the camaraderie of his comrades easing the tension that had settled in his muscles. A bottle of wine was passed around, and when it reached him, Raven took a long, deep drink, the taste rich and comforting. For the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to relax, to let go of the burdens he carried, if only for a little while. As the night wore on, the fire crackled, and the voices of his comrades grew softer, filled with the contentment of a hard-won victory. Raven leaned back, looking up at the stars, his thoughts drifting. The war would continue, battles would be fought, and sacrifices would be made. But they would face it together, and they would keep fighting for the future they believed in. And as Raven closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the fire and the sounds of the night lull him into a rare moment of peace, he knew that whatever came next, they were ready. Passage 24, The Return to Fort Susquehannock. A few weeks had passed since the battle for Lancaster, and the city had begun to rebuild, its people slowly returning to a sense of normalcy. The scars of war were still visible, but the spirit of the people was unbroken. The Patriots had held their ground, and for now, the British threat had receded. But for Raven, there was still unfinished business promises that needed to be kept. He had spent the past weeks resting and recovering, his body mending from the countless wounds and exhaustion that had threatened to break him. but the restless energy that had driven him through battle remained, and it wasn't long before he found himself preparing for another journey. The memory of his last encounter with Washington still lingered, the heated exchange over the future of Fort Susquehannock and the tribe that had once called it home. Raven had made a promise to return the land to its rightful owners, and he intended to keep it. On a crisp morning, Raven gathered his belongings, his hatchet, his musket, and the blood-stained coat that had become a symbol of his resolve. He strapped the cavalry saber and flintlock pistol, once the shepherd's, to his belt, a reminder of the battle he had fought and the enemies he had vanquished. As he made his way through the streets of Lancaster, he was joined by Sigha, Pier, and Cannon, his comrades from the battle. They had fought beside him, shared in the victories and losses, and now they were ready to stand by him once more. "You sure you're up for this?" Cannon asked as they walked, his usual jovial tone tempered by concern. "You've been through a lot, Raven. No one would blame you for taking more time to rest." Raven glanced at his friend, a small smile playing on his lips. "There's no rest for the wicked, Cannon. Besides, I made a promise. And I intend to keep it." Sigha nodded, his deep voice resonating with quiet strength. "The tribe deserves to know that the fort is theirs again. They've waited long enough." Pier, ever the optimist, chimed in. "And who knows? Maybe we'll find some peace out there, away from all this war. A chance to reconnect with the land, with ourselves." Raven appreciated their support, their unwavering loyalty. They had become more than comrades, they were his brothers in arms, his friends. And together, they would see this through. The journey to Fort Susquehannock took them through familiar woods, the trees bearing the last remnants of autumn as they prepared for the long winter ahead. The air was cool, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and earth, a reminder of the changing seasons. The path was quiet, the only sounds those of their horses' hooves on the forest floor and the occasional rustle of wildlife in the underbrush. As they approached the fort, Raven felt a mix of emotions: nostalgia for the memories of his father, who had once led men here, and a sense of duty to right the wrongs that had been committed. The fort had been a place of conflict, of betrayal and bloodshed, but now it would be returned to those it had been taken from. The fort itself was a shadow of its former self, the stone walls weathered by time, the once bustling garrison now silent. The gates stood open, a symbol of the change that was to come. As they entered the fort, Raven's eyes swept over the grounds, taking in the remnants of the old encampment. The memories of the past lingered here, but they were ghosts fading into the background as the future took shape. They didn't have to wait long before the tribe's elders appeared, flanked by a group of warriors. The elders were proud and regal, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations. They had seen much, endured much, and yet they stood tall, their presence commanding respect. Raven dismounted, walking forward to meet them. He felt the weight of the moment, the importance of what he was about to do. This was more than just the return of land, it was the restoration of dignity, of honor. He reached into his coat, pulling out the map that had marked the fort as a point of conflict, and handed it to the eldest of the group. "This land belongs to you," Raven said, his voice firm but respectful. "It was taken unjustly, and I'm here to return it. The fort is yours once more." The elder looked at the map, then at Raven, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions: gratitude, relief, and perhaps a trace of skepticism. "Why do you do this, Raven of the Blue Coat?" the elder asked, his voice carrying the weight of years. Raven met the elder's gaze, his own eyes reflecting the resolve that had driven him this far. "Because it's the right thing to do. This land was your home before it was a battleground, and it should be your home again. The revolution we fight isn't just about land or power, it's about justice, about giving people back what was taken from them." The elder studied Raven for a long moment, then nodded slowly, his expression softening. "You honor us with this gesture, Raven. We will remember it." Raven felt a sense of relief, a weight lifting from his shoulders. The elder's acceptance was more than just an acknowledgement, it was a validation of the choices he had made, the path he had taken. The tribe's warriors moved forward, beginning the process of reclaiming the fort, setting about the tasks of rebuilding and restoring what had been lost. Raven watched them for a moment, then turned to his friends. "It's done," he said quietly. "The fort is theirs again." Sigha placed a hand on Raven's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "You did right by them, Raven. And by your father." Pier nodded, his expression thoughtful. "This place will be a refuge now, a symbol of what we're fighting for. It's a good thing you've done." Cannon grinned, clapping Raven on the back. "Looks like we've got a reason to celebrate again. How about we head back to Lancaster and find that bottle of wine Pier was talking about?" Raven couldn't help but chuckle, the tension easing from his body. "Sounds like a plan, Cannon. But first, let's take a moment to appreciate this. We don't get many victories in this war, but this feels like one." The four men stood together, watching as the tribe began to reclaim their home, their land. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm glow over the fort, over the people who had waited so long for this day. As the light faded, Raven felt a sense of peace settle over him, a rare and precious feeling in a time of war. They had done something good here, something that would endure long after the battles were over. And with that thought, they turned their horses back toward Lancaster, ready to face whatever came next. The road ahead was still long, the war far from over, but for the first time in a long while, Raven felt like they were on the right path. As they rode away from Fort Susquehannock, the fort now a place of hope and renewal, Raven looked back one last time. The past was behind them, and the future was still uncertain, but in this moment, he knew they had done something that mattered. As the tribe began to reclaim Fort Susquehannock, Raven lingered near the edge of the fort, watching the activity with a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. The elders and warriors moved with purpose, their efforts focused on restoring the fort to its former state. The energy was palpable, a sense of renewal that filled the air. Raven's eyes scanned the fort's grounds, taking in the details of the work being done, but his attention was drawn to a figure moving with grace and precision among the workers. She was young, perhaps around 19, with a lithe build and an air of confidence that marked her as someone skilled in her craft. Her dark hair was braided neatly, a single feather woven into the strands, and her sharp eyes missed nothing as she moved through the fort. She was dressed in the practical attire of a hunter, her clothes made for stealth and mobility. A bow was slung across her back, and a quiver of arrows rested at her side. Even from a distance, Raven could see the strength in her movements, the way she carried herself with quiet authority. Raven watched as she stopped to speak with one of the elders, her expression serious as she listened to his instructions. There was a calm intensity about her, a focus that reminded him of his own approach to scouting and combat. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for the way she moved, the way she seemed completely at ease in her surroundings. As the conversation between the woman and the elder ended, she turned and began walking toward the edge of the fort, her gaze sweeping the area as if she were scouting for potential threats. Raven realized she was heading in his direction, and his heart gave a small, unexpected lurch. He hadn't expected to feel anything like this: a sudden interest, a curiosity about someone he had only just seen. But there was something about her that drew him in, something that resonated with him on a level he hadn't anticipated. She approached with a steady, unhurried stride, her eyes locking onto his as she came closer. There was no hesitation in her gaze, no shyness, only a directness that caught him off guard. "You're Raven," she said, her voice clear and confident, though tinged with a softness that suggested she was not unfamiliar with the harsher realities of life. Raven nodded, feeling a bit tongue-tied in her presence, which was unusual for him. "That's right," he replied, trying to keep his tone casual. "And you are?" She studied him for a moment, as if assessing whether he was worthy of her time. "I'm Iana," she said, her eyes never leaving his. "Hunter and scout for my people." There was a pride in her words, but it was understated, more a statement of fact than a boast. Raven could sense that she was someone who took her responsibilities seriously, who had earned her place through skill and dedication. "It's good to meet you, Iana," Raven said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Your people seem to be adjusting well to the fort." Iana nodded, her gaze briefly shifting to the fort behind them. "It's our home, or at least it was before it was taken from us. We've waited a long time to return, and there's much work to be done." Raven nodded in understanding. "I'm glad I could help make that happen. It's only right that this place is yours again." Iana looked back at him, her expression softening slightly. "The elders speak well of you, Raven." They say you fought hard to see this land returned to us. For that, you have our thanks." Raven felt a warmth in his chest at her words, a sense of validation that he hadn't realized he needed. "I didn't do it for thanks," he said, his voice steady. "I did it because it was the right thing to do." Iana's eyes lingered on his, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a connection that felt both new and familiar. Raven found himself drawn to her strength, to the quiet determination that mirrored his own. "Are you planning to stay?" Iana asked after a pause, her tone more curious than probing. Raven hesitated, not because he didn't know the answer, but because he was suddenly aware of how much he wanted to stay, to learn more about this woman who intrigued him so much. "For a while," he said, choosing his words carefully. "There's still a lot to do, and I want to make sure everything is in order before I head back to Lancaster." Iana nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Good. It's always better to finish what you start." Raven smiled, genuinely this time. "I couldn't agree more." Iana returned his smile, a small but genuine one that lit up her face in a way that made Raven's heart skip a beat. She turned her gaze back to the fort, where the tribe continued their work. "I need to help with the preparations," she said, a note of regret in her voice. "But perhaps we'll cross paths again, Raven." Raven nodded, feeling a pang of disappointment but also a sense of anticipation. "I hope so, Iana." With that, she turned and walked away, her movements as fluid and purposeful as before. Raven watched her go, his thoughts a mix of curiosity and admiration. He couldn't deny that he was drawn to her, that he wanted to learn more about the woman who had so effortlessly captured his attention. As he stood there, watching the tribe reclaim their home, Raven realized that this place, and these people, had become more important to him than he had expected. The revolution was still his fight, but there was something here that called to him, something that made him want to stay a little longer. And maybe, just maybe, that something had a name: Iana. Raven turned his gaze back to the fort, his mind already thinking of reasons to stay just a bit longer. The road to Lancaster could wait. For now, there was work to be done, and a new connection to explore. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Not anymore. Over the next few days, Raven found himself spending more time at the fort than he had initially planned. The work of rebuilding and restoring Fort Susquehannock was demanding, but it was also rewarding in a way that he hadn't anticipated. There was a sense of purpose in the air, a shared goal that united the tribe and the few patriots who had stayed behind to help. Raven, however, had another reason to stay, a reason that had little to do with the fort itself. His thoughts often wandered to Iana, the young hunter and scout whose presence had captivated him from the moment they met. He found himself seeking out her company whenever he could, whether it was during a break in the work or in the quiet moments of the evening when the day's labors were done. Iana, for her part, seemed to welcome his presence. She was a woman of few words, but Raven quickly learned that her silence was not out of shyness, but rather a reflection of her focus and discipline. When she did speak, her words were measured and thoughtful, revealing a keen mind and a deep understanding of the world around her. Their conversations were often simple, but they carried a depth that Raven found both intriguing and comforting. They spoke of the land, of the animals that roamed the forests, of the challenges of hunting and scouting. Ayana shared stories of her people, tales of the past and the traditions that had shaped her life. In turn, Raven told her of his own experiences, of the battles he had fought, and the losses he had endured. As the days passed, a quiet bond began to form between them, built on mutual respect and a shared understanding of the burdens they both carried. Raven found himself drawn not only to Ayana's strength but also to her calmness, the way she seemed to find peace in the world around her, even in the midst of chaos. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep shade of violet, Raven found Ayana sitting alone on the edge of the fort's wall, her gaze fixed on the distant treetops. He approached her quietly, not wanting to disturb her thoughts, but she turned and smiled as he drew near, a welcome in her eyes. "Mind if I join you?" Raven asked, his voice soft. Ayana shook her head, patting the spot next to her on the wall. "Not at all. It's a good evening to sit and watch the world go by." Raven took a seat beside her, the cool stone of the wall grounding him as he looked out at the forest. The trees were dark silhouettes against the fading light, the sounds of the night creatures beginning to stir in the underbrush. "I've been thinking," Ayana said after a moment, her voice quiet but steady, "about this land, about what it means to have it back." Raven glanced at her, intrigued. "What have you decided?" Ayana's gaze remained on the horizon, her expression thoughtful. "It's more than just land. It's a connection to our ancestors, to our history. This place is a part of who we are, and having it back, it's like reclaiming a piece of ourselves that was lost." Raven nodded, understanding the weight of her words. "I can see that. It's not just about the physical place, it's about what it represents." Ayana turned to look at him, her eyes searching his face. "And what about you, Raven? What drives you? What keeps you fighting?" Raven hesitated, the question catching him off guard. He had asked himself the same thing many times, but hearing it from Ayana gave it a new weight, a new significance. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "I fight because it's all I've ever known," he said slowly. "Because it's what my father taught me, and because it's the only way I know to protect the people I care about. But sometimes I wonder if there's more to it. If there's something else I should be fighting for." Ayana's expression softened, and she reached out to place a hand on his arm, a gesture of comfort and understanding. "Maybe you're searching for something beyond the fight. Something that gives it meaning." Raven looked at her, the warmth of her touch spreading through him. "Maybe I am," he admitted, his voice quiet. "I've spent so much of my life focused on the next battle, the next mission. I've never really thought about what comes after." Ayana's hand lingered on his arm for a moment before she withdrew it, her gaze returning to the horizon. "There's always something after, Raven. Even in the darkest times, there's always something worth holding onto." Raven felt a flicker of hope at her words, a small but growing sense that there was indeed something more, something worth finding. He looked at her, his heart beating a little faster, and realized that perhaps, just perhaps, Ayana was part of that something. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer, the night deepening around them, the stars beginning to peek out from the darkening sky. The connection between them felt stronger now, more tangible, as if they were both on the brink of something new, something that neither of them had expected. Finally, Ayana broke the silence, her voice barely more than a whisper. "You don't have to figure it all out right now, Raven. But know that you don't have to face it alone." Raven turned to her, his gaze meeting hers in the dim light. There was something in her eyes, a quiet strength, a reassurance that he found himself clinging to. "Thank you, Ayana," he said softly. I think I needed to hear that." She smiled at him, a small, genuine smile that made his heart skip a beat. "Anytime, Raven. I'm here." In that moment, sitting on the wall of Fort Susquehannock with Ayana by his side, Raven felt a sense of peace that had eluded him for so long. The war was still raging, the future still uncertain, but here, in this place, he had found something that grounded him, something that gave him hope. As the night deepened and the world around them grew quieter, Raven knew that whatever came next, he would face it with Ayana by his side. And that thought, more than anything else, made the journey ahead feel a little less daunting. They stayed there until the stars filled the sky, their conversation ebbing and flowing like the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. And when they finally stood to leave, Raven felt something new, a sense of connection, of belonging, that he hadn't felt in a long time. As they walked back to the heart of the fort, side by side, Raven couldn't help but glance at Ayana, a small smile playing on his lips. There was still much to do, much to fight for, but now, he felt like he wasn't doing it alone. And that, he realized, made all the difference. Passage 25, A New Companion. The morning sun cast a warm glow over Fort Susquehannock as Raven and his companions prepared to depart. The fort, now firmly in the hands of the tribe, had become a place of renewed strength and hope. The elders had blessed their journey, and the tribe's warriors had expressed their gratitude to Raven and his friends for helping to restore what had been taken from them. Raven tightened the straps on his saddle, his thoughts already turning to the road ahead. The time had come to return to Lancaster, to continue the fight that had brought them this far. But there was a new sense of anticipation in the air, a feeling that this journey would be different from the ones before. As he finished his preparations, Raven noticed Ayana approaching, her movements graceful and purposeful as always. She carried her bow and quiver, her eyes sharp and focused. There was something different about her today, a resolve that mirrored his own. "You're leaving," she said, her voice steady but with a hint of something unspoken beneath it. Raven nodded, meeting her gaze. "We are. The fight isn't over, and Lancaster needs us." Ayana hesitated for a moment, then squared her shoulders. "I want to come with you." Her words hung in the air between them, and for a moment, Raven wasn't sure he had heard her correctly. He studied her face, looking for any sign of hesitation, but all he saw was determination. "You're sure about this?" Raven asked, his voice serious. "It won't be easy. There's no guarantee of safety, and the road ahead is dangerous." Ayana's expression didn't waver. "I'm sure. I've spent my life protecting my people, scouting and hunting for them. But this fight, it's bigger than just one tribe, one fort. I want to help, to make sure that what we've built here isn't taken away again." Raven felt a surge of respect for her, mixed with a sense of relief that he wouldn't have to say goodbye just yet. He had grown to value her presence, her strength, and the thought of having her by his side on the journey ahead felt right, like a piece of a puzzle falling into place. He smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. "Then we'd be lucky to have you with us, Ayana. Your skills would be a great asset." Ayana returned his smile, a spark of excitement in her eyes. "I'll do my part." Sigha, Pier, and Cannon, who had been watching the exchange, stepped forward, their expressions a mix of surprise and approval. "Looks like we've got ourselves a new member," Pier said with a grin. "Welcome aboard, Ayana." Cannon nodded, his usual jovial demeanor tempered by the seriousness of the moment. "Glad to have you with us. We can always use another set of sharp eyes out there." Sigha, ever the voice of reason, gave Ayana a respectful nod. "You'll fit right in. We've all got something to fight for, and it sounds like you do too." Ayana acknowledged their words with a small, grateful smile. "Thank you. I won't let you down." With that, the group finished their preparations, the mood among them lighter, more hopeful. The addition of Ayana to their ranks felt like a turning point, a new chapter in their journey. As they mounted their horses, Raven caught Ayana's eye, a silent understanding passing between them. There was no need for words, they both knew what this meant. They were in this together, and whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them side by side. The group set off, the fort gradually receding into the distance as they made their way back to Lancaster. The road ahead was long, the fight far from over, but there was a new sense of unity among them, a shared purpose that bound them together. Raven rode at the front of the group, Ayana beside him. As they traveled through the forest, the trees casting dappled shadows on the ground, He couldn't help but glance at her every now and then, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He was glad she had decided to join them, glad that she had chosen to stay by his side. There was something about Ayana that made the journey feel less daunting, the challenges less overwhelming. She brought a calmness, a steady presence that balanced his own intensity. And maybe, just maybe, he thought, there was something more between them, something that would grow as they continued their journey together. As the group pressed on, the sounds of the forest surrounding them, Raven felt a sense of contentment that had been missing for a long time. The road ahead was uncertain, but he was no longer walking it alone. With Ayana and his friends by his side, he felt ready to face whatever came next. And so they rode on, toward Lancaster, toward the battles yet to be fought, and toward a future that, for the first time in a long while, felt just a little bit brighter. The familiar sight of the military camp on the outskirts of Lancaster's border brought a sense of relief and anticipation to Raven as he and his companions approached. The camp had become a second home, a place where battles were planned and families waited for their loved ones to return. The last few weeks had been a whirlwind of battles, decisions, and new alliances, but now, as they rode into the camp, it was time to reconnect with the people who had been waiting for them. Raven felt a mix of emotions as they passed through the camp's gates: relief at having returned safely, pride in the work they had accomplished, and a strange, almost nervous energy that buzzed under his skin. He glanced at Ayana, who rode beside him, her face calm but alert, her eyes taking in the camp with a mix of curiosity and readiness. He could sense her tension, too, as if she were stepping into an unknown world, and he reached over, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "We're almost home," Raven said quietly, and Ayana nodded, her expression softening just a bit. As they dismounted and walked toward the main house, where the soldiers, women, and children gathered, Raven's heart began to race. It had been weeks since he had seen the people he had come to care for, the ones who made the fight worth fighting. The camp was more than just a military base, it was a community, a family. The door to the main house creaked open, and Raven stepped inside, Ayana following close behind. The room was filled with warmth and light, the flickering glow of a fire in the hearth casting dancing shadows on the walls. The sound of laughter and conversation filled the air, a stark contrast to the silence and tension that often accompanied their missions. But as soon as Raven and Ayana entered, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward them. For a moment, the only sound was the crackling of the fire, and then, as if on cue, the children in the room erupted into excited shouts and laughter. "Raven's back. He's here. Raven." The children, a mix of boys and girls, rushed forward, their small feet pattering on the wooden floor as they surrounded him. Raven couldn't help but smile as they tugged at his coat, bombarding him with questions and eager to tell him everything that had happened in his absence. "Did you fight more lobsterbacks? Where did you go? Did you bring us anything? Raven knelt down to be at eye level with the kids, laughing as he tried to keep up with their rapid-fire questions. "Yes, yes, and maybe," he said, grinning. "I've got plenty of stories to tell, but first, let me catch my breath." But it wasn't long before the children's attention shifted to Ayana, who stood quietly beside Raven, watching the scene unfold with an amused smile. The kids' curiosity was immediate and intense, their wide eyes taking in the unfamiliar figure with awe and excitement. "Who's she?" a little girl asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Is she a warrior like you, Raven?" a boy chimed in, his eyes as big as saucers. Raven glanced at Ayana, who seemed slightly taken aback by the sudden focus on her, but there was a warmth in her gaze as she looked at the children. He reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, and turned back to the kids. "This is Ayana," Raven said, his voice proud and affectionate. "She's a hunter and scout, one of the best there is. She's been helping me out, and she's going to be staying with us for a while." The children's eyes widened even further, if that was possible. They looked at Ayana with a mix of admiration and fascination, as if she were some kind of legend come to life. "Wow," one of the boys exclaimed. "Is she your girlfriend, Raven?" The question hung in the air, and Raven felt his face heat up, a rare occurrence for someone as composed as him. He glanced at Ayana, who met his gaze with a small, teasing smile, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Raven cleared his throat, trying to maintain his usual calm demeanor. "Well, we've become good friends," he said, though the warmth in his voice betrayed the deeper connection he felt. "And yes, I guess you could say that." The children erupted into giggles and whispers, clearly delighted by this new piece of information. Ayana, for her part, seemed to take it all in stride, though there was a slight flush to her cheeks as she smiled at the kids. One of the older girls, who had been watching Ayana with a critical eye, stepped forward, her expression serious. "If you're Raven's girlfriend, does that mean you're going to fight with us too?" Ayana knelt down, meeting the girl's gaze with the same seriousness. "Yes," she said firmly. "I'm here to help protect this camp and everyone in it." "Just like Raven." The girl nodded, clearly satisfied with the answer. "Good," she said, her tone resolute. "We need more people like you." Ayana's smile grew wider, and she glanced at Raven, who felt a swell of pride at the way she had handled the situation. The children seemed to have accepted her without hesitation, their initial curiosity giving way to admiration and trust. As the children gradually dispersed, some returning to their games while others lingered to ask more questions, Raven and Ayana made their way further into the room. The adults greeted them warmly, offering smiles and nods of approval at Raven's return and the introduction of Ayana. Wolf, who had been sitting near the fire, stood up and approached them, a broad smile on his weathered face. "Welcome back, Raven," he said, his voice filled with genuine warmth. And welcome to you, Ayana. It's good to see you both here. Ayana nodded in greeting, her demeanor respectful yet confident. Thank you. It's good to be here. Wolf's gaze shifted to Raven, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and approval. Seems you've made quite the impression, lad. The camp hasn't been this lively in a while. Raven chuckled, feeling the tension that had been building in him since their return finally began to ease. It's good to be back, Wolf. We've been through a lot, but it's nice to see everyone again. Wolf nodded, clapping Raven on the back. You've done well, Raven. And it looks like you've brought back more than just a victory. Raven glanced at Ayana, who met his gaze with a smile that made his heart race. Yes, he said softly, his voice filled with sincerity. I have. As the evening wore on, the camp settled into a comfortable rhythm. The soldiers shared stories of their battles, the women exchanged news and laughter, and the children continued to play, their spirits lifted by Raven's return and the presence of Ayana. Raven and Ayana found a quiet corner to sit, their hands brushing occasionally as they talked and listened to the sounds of the camp around them. The warmth of the fire, the laughter of the children, and the sense of belonging filled the air, creating a moment of peace that Raven hadn't realized he needed. For the first time in a long while, Raven felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be, surrounded by the people he cared about, with Ayana by his side. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for now, they were home. And that was enough. Passage 26, A Night of Vulnerability. The night was calm, a blanket of stars spread across the sky as Raven and Ayana sat together by the fire outside the main house. The camp had settled into a peaceful lull, the day's activities giving way to the quiet murmurs of the night. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on their faces as they sat close, their shoulders brushing in a comfortable, familiar way. Raven had been quieter than usual that evening, his thoughts seemingly far away, though he tried to hide it behind his usual calm demeanor. Ayana noticed. Of course, she had grown to know him well enough to sense when something was weighing on him. As the silence between them stretched, Ayana turned to him, her dark eyes reflecting the light of the flames. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke, her voice gentle but filled with concern. Raven, can I ask you something? Raven looked at her, his gaze softening as he nodded. Of course, Ayana. You can ask me anything. Ayana took a deep breath, her fingers playing with the edge of her coat as she gathered her thoughts. I've been thinking about what you've told me, about your parents, and about the shepherd. I know it's painful, but I'd like to understand more. To know what happened, and how you ended it. Raven's expression tightened for a moment, a flash of pain crossing his features before he managed to hide it. He turned his gaze to the fire, the flames dancing in his eyes as he considered her request. It wasn't an easy story to tell. It was a story filled with loss, anger, and regret. But Ayana had been nothing but supportive, and he knew she wasn't asking out of idle curiosity. She wanted to share in his burden, to understand him in a way that few others could. Raven took a deep breath, his voice low and steady as he began. My parents, they were everything to me. My father was a commander in the Royal Army, a man of honor and duty. He believed in the empire, in its ideals, and he served it with everything he had. My mother, she was a huntress, fierce and independent. She taught me how to survive, how to track, how to fight. They were both strong in their own ways, and they loved each other deeply. He paused, the memories flooding back, both painful and bittersweet. But everything changed when the shepherd came into our lives. He was a monster, Ayana, a man who thrived on power and control. He didn't care about honor or duty, he cared about domination, about breaking those who stood in his way. My father, he tried to protect us, to stand against the shepherd. But it wasn't enough. Raven's voice grew quieter, the words heavy with the weight of the past. The night they died, it was chaos. The shepherd's men attacked our home, and my parents fought with everything they had. But in the end, it wasn't enough. My father was cut down, and my mother, she fought until her last breath, but she couldn't save him. Or me. Ayana listened in silence, her heart aching for him as he spoke. She could see the pain in his eyes, the rawness of the wounds that had never fully healed. Raven's voice trembled slightly as he continued, his gaze distant. The shepherd didn't stop there. He took everything from me, Ayana, my home, my family, my innocence. He left me with nothing but a burning need for revenge. I tracked him down, hunted him like the beast he was. And when I found him, I killed him. Him and his son. He closed his eyes, his hands trembling as he relived the moment. I thought it would bring me peace. But it didn't. It just left me empty. I had avenged my parents, but it didn't bring them back. It didn't fill the void. Raven fell silent, his emotions too overwhelming to continue. The memories of that night, of the bloodshed and the loss, had haunted him for years. He had buried the pain deep within, focusing on the fight, on the mission. But now, in the quiet of the night, with Ayana beside him, it all came rushing back. Ayana reached out, her hand finding his and holding it gently. Raven, she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. You did what you had to do. You were trying to survive, to protect the memory of your parents. You're not alone in this. You don't have to carry it all by yourself. Raven opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. The kindness, the understanding in her eyes was almost too much to bear. He felt the tears welling up, the ones he had kept locked away for so long. He had been strong for so long, had fought so hard to keep the pain at bay, but now he couldn't hold it back any longer. A single tear slipped down his cheek, and before he could stop it, more followed. His shoulders shook with the force of his suppressed grief, and for the first time in years, he allowed himself to feel the weight of it all. Ayana moved closer, wrapping her arms around him, holding him as he broke down. "It's okay, Raven," she murmured, her voice soothing. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Raven buried his face in her shoulder, the tears flowing freely now. He clung to her, finding solace in her presence, in the warmth of her embrace. She didn't try to stop his tears or offer empty words of comfort. She simply held him, letting him release the pain he had carried for so long. After what felt like an eternity, Raven's sobs began to quiet, his breathing evening out as the storm of emotions gradually subsided. He pulled back slightly, his eyes red and swollen, his face streaked with tears. But there was a strange sense of relief, of lightness, that he hadn't felt in years. Ayana reached up, gently wiping the tears from his cheeks. "Raven," she said softly, her voice filled with tenderness, "I love you." The words took him by surprise, cutting through the fog of grief like a ray of light. He looked into her eyes, searching for any hint of doubt or hesitation, but all he saw was sincerity, a deep and unwavering love that took his breath away. Raven swallowed hard, his heart swelling with emotions he had never allowed himself to fully acknowledge. "Ayana. She smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile that made his heart ache in the best possible way. "You don't have to say anything," she whispered. "Just know that you're not alone. I'm here for you, Raven. I always will be." Raven took a deep, shuddering breath, his hand tightening around hers. "I love you too, Ayana," he whispered, his voice hoarse but filled with conviction. "I didn't know I could feel this way again. But with you, it's different. You make me feel like I can be whole again." Ayana leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. "We'll get through this together," she promised, her lips brushing against his skin. "No matter what comes next, we'll face it together." Raven closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of her touch, the comfort of her words. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was hope for him yet. With Ayana by his side, the future didn't seem so dark, so uncertain. As they sat together by the fire, holding each other in the quiet of the night, Raven felt a sense of peace settle over him, a peace that had eluded him for years. The road ahead would still be difficult, filled with challenges and dangers, but he knew now that he wouldn't have to face it alone. Passage 27, A Visit to the Past. A few days after their return to Lancaster, Raven and Ayana set out on a quieter journey, one that was far more personal. The morning air was crisp, the sky a pale blue as they rode out to a small clearing on the outskirts of the city. It was a place Raven had not visited in years, a place that held both pain and memories that he had kept buried deep within him. The trees whispered softly in the breeze as they dismounted and walked the rest of the way on foot. The path was well trodden but narrow, winding through the forest until it opened up into a secluded meadow. At the far end of the meadow, where the trees stood tall and watchful, 2 modest gravestones marked the resting place of his parents. As they approached, Raven felt his heart tighten, the familiar ache of loss creeping into his chest. The sight of the graves, simple and unadorned, brought back a flood of memories, some warm and filled with love, others sharp with the sting of pain and regret. Ayana walked beside him in silence, her presence a comforting anchor as they neared the graves. Raven stopped a few steps away, his gaze fixed on the stone markers, the names etched into them as clear as if they had been carved only yesterday. Mary and Buluavard Eshleman, gone to time in fire and live on forever 1774. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of a lifetime. They were a testament to the people who had given him everything, who had fought to protect him until their last breath. Raven felt a lump form in his throat as he read the inscription, the pain of their loss still fresh even after all these years. He knelt down, his fingers tracing the names on the stone, as if by doing so he could connect with them, could feel their presence once more. The memories of that fateful night in 1774 came rushing back, his father's final words, his mother's fierce determination, the flames that had consumed everything they had known. Raven swallowed hard, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I'm sorry I haven't come sooner," he said, his words directed at the stones, though he spoke as if his parents could hear him. I've tried to honor your memory, to live up to what you taught me. But there are days when I feel like I've failed you." Ayana stood quietly beside him, giving him the space he needed, but her hand found his shoulder, a gentle reminder that he wasn't alone. Raven took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, but the emotions were overwhelming: grief, guilt, love, all tangled together in a way that left him feeling raw and exposed. "They're proud of you, Raven," Ayana said softly, her voice a balm to his wounded heart. "You've done so much, more than anyone could ask for. You've honored them in ways that no one else could." Raven closed his eyes, the tears he had thought were spent threatening to spill over again. He felt Ayana's hand slide down to take his, her touch warm and reassuring. I wish they could see what I've done, what we've accomplished," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I wish they could have seen me grow, seen the man I've become." Ayana knelt beside him, her hand never leaving his. "They do see you," she said gently. "They live on in you, Raven. In everything you do, in every life you've touched. You carry them with you, always." Raven finally let the tears fall, his grief too deep to hold back any longer. He hadn't allowed himself to truly mourn in so long, but here, at the graves of his parents, with Ayana beside him, the dam broke. The weight of years of pain and loss came crashing down, and he wept for them, for himself, for everything that had been lost and everything that would never be. Iana held him as he cried, her arms wrapped around him, her presence a steady, unwavering support. She didn't say anything more, knowing that there were no words that could ease the pain he was feeling. She simply held him, letting him release the grief he had carried for so long. After what felt like an eternity, Raven's sobs began to quiet, his breathing evening out as the storm of emotion slowly subsided. He pulled back slightly, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, feeling both exhausted and strangely lighter. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice rough. "I didn't mean to break down like that." Iana shook her head, her eyes filled with understanding. "You have nothing to apologize for, Raven. You needed this. You've been carrying this pain for so long, it's okay to let it out." Raven nodded, taking a deep, shuddering breath as he turned his gaze back to the gravestones. I miss them so much, Iana. Every day." Iana reached up, gently cupping his cheek and turning his face to meet hers. "I know," she said softly, her eyes searching his. "But you're not alone, Raven. You have me, and you have the people who care about you. We'll get through this together." Raven felt a warmth spread through him at her words, a sense of comfort and reassurance that he hadn't felt in a long time. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes for a moment as he let himself take in the strength she offered him. When he opened his eyes again, the pain was still there, but it was no longer overwhelming. It was a part of him, a scar that would never fully heal, but it was something he could live with, something he could carry forward. Raven looked at Iana, his heart swelling with love and gratitude for the woman who had stood by him, who had seen him at his most vulnerable and hadn't turned away. "Thank you, Iana," he said quietly, his voice filled with emotion. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Iana smiled, a small, tender smile that made his heart ache in the best possible way. "You won't ever have to find out," she replied, her voice just as soft. "I love you, Raven. I'm here, now, and always." Raven felt the tears well up again, but this time, they were tears of gratitude, of love, of something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years. Hope. He pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if she were the only thing keeping him grounded, and maybe she was. "I love you too, Iana," he whispered, his voice trembling. "More than I ever thought I could love anyone." They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other's arms, the graves of Raven's parents standing silent witness to the moment. The wind whispered through the trees, the sun casting a warm glow over the meadow, and for the first time in years, Raven felt a sense of peace. As they finally pulled away, Raven turned to the graves one last time, his hands still entwined with Iana's. "I'll keep fighting," he promised, his voice steady now. "For you, for everything you stood for. I'll make sure your legacy lives on." Iana squeezed his hand, her smile filled with pride and love. "And I'll be right there with you, every step of the way." With one last look at the gravestones, Raven nodded, feeling a sense of closure that had eluded him for so long. He had come to this place to honor his parents, to confront the past that had shaped him, and now, with Ayana by his side, he was ready to move forward. They walked away from the graves, hand in hand, the weight of the past still present but no longer unbearable. Together, they would face whatever came next, and together, they would build a future worthy of the sacrifices that had been made. And as they left the clearing, Raven knew that he was finally, truly, at peace with the ghosts that had haunted him for so long. Years had passed since the war had ended, and life had finally found a sense of peace that Raven had long thought impossible. The battles that had once defined his existence were now distant memories, stories to be told around a fire rather than scars that haunted his dreams. The camp that had once been a hub of military activity had evolved into a thriving community on the outskirts of Lancaster, where people rebuilt their lives and forged new futures. Raven and Ayana had built a life together, one filled with love, trust, and a sense of belonging that neither of them had ever expected to find. The journey they had shared, the battles fought and the peace they had earned, had brought them closer than Raven had ever thought possible. The small house they had built near the edge of the forest was a sanctuary, a place where they could live quietly, away from the turmoil of the past. It was here, in this home, that their family had grown, first with the birth of their twins, a boy and a girl, who had brought more joy and purpose to their lives than either could have imagined. Raven sat on the porch one sunny afternoon, watching the twins play in the yard. The boy, who had inherited his father's intense gaze and his mother's agility, was chasing after a butterfly, his laughter filling the air. The girl, with her mother's sharp eyes and her father's calm demeanor, was carefully collecting flowers, her small hands weaving them into a crown. Ayana stepped out onto the porch, carrying a basket of freshly picked vegetables from the garden. She set the basket down and joined Raven, leaning against the railing as she watched their children with a soft smile. "They've grown so fast," Ayana remarked, her voice tinged with both pride and a touch of wistfulness. "It feels like only yesterday they were babies." Raven nodded, his eyes never leaving the twins. "They're strong, like you," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "And curious, like me. I can't believe how lucky we are." Ayana slipped her hand into his, squeezing it gently. "We've come a long way, Raven. After everything, we've found our peace." Raven turned to her, his expression filled with love. "We have. And it's more than I ever dared to hope for." They stood there in comfortable silence, watching their children play, the sunlight casting a golden glow over the scene. The twins were a constant reminder of how far they had come, of the love that had grown between them despite the shadows of the past. The boy, who had been running after the butterfly, suddenly stopped and looked over at his parents, his eyes bright with excitement. "Mama," "Papa! Look what I found," he called, holding up a small stone he had picked up from the ground. The girl joined him, her flower crown now perched on her head. "It's a special rock, Papa. Can we keep it?" Raven chuckled, sharing a knowing look with Ayana. "Of course, you can keep it," he said, walking over to where they stood. He knelt down, examining the stone with the same seriousness that his son had shown. "This is a very special rock. You'll have to take good care of it." The boy nodded solemnly, as if he had just been entrusted with the most important task in the world. The girl placed her hand on her brother's shoulder, giving him a nod of encouragement. Together, they ran off to continue their exploration, their laughter echoing through the trees. Raven watched them go, his heart swelling with pride and love. He stood up, turning back to Ayana, who was watching the scene with a contented smile. "They're going to be just fine," Raven said softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. Ayana rested her head against his chest, her voice filled with quiet joy. "They will be. And so will we." They stood there for a long time, watching their children, their future, with the knowledge that they had created something beautiful out of the ashes of their past. The twins were a symbol of the life they had built together, a life filled with love, resilience, and hope. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the yard, Raven knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together as a family. The battles of the past had given way to the peace of the present, and for Raven and Ayana, there was nothing more they could ask for. The end.